to push one's limits.
Push one's limits. And I will say as well, the camaraderie, I love seeing the energy between the different teams. They come from such a similar community and background, obviously, from different places around the world. But they're here, they're cheering each other on. The energy is big out there. Whistler, if you guys are in the crowd, we want to hear you all day long. These young athletes want to see you be cheered on. They want you to be part of the action here at the Invictus Games. Day number 5. We've got a big day ahead of us, Randy. Looks like we got the schedule in front of us. Talk us through what the fans can see here in the next few hours.
Well, we are going to be starting with what we call the male IAS3 competition, and that will start around 10:35. And we have one athlete with guide competing in that category, and we'll talk a little bit to that later. But once again, as a blind and visually impaired athlete, we're going to need total silence from their start to their finish, as the guide will be talking through a small audio system to the competitor. So we'll get back to that. At 10:41, we'll have our second run, which will be our male IAS2, and Josh and I will go through the different categories and explain that. And then we'll have our female and male competition in the IAS4 at 11 o'clock. The IAS4 will have a second group going at 11:25, a third group going at 11:50, and a fourth and final group going at 12:15. We're looking to set up medal ceremonies for IAS3 and IAS2 around 12:35. And then at 1 p.m. we'll go into our female and male IAS1 competition with the medal ceremonies. We're going to try to slot those in around 1:15, Josh. And then after that, we're going to switch things a little bit around as we're going to go into the snowboarding events.
Snowboarding events kicked off at 1:40 for the female ISB5 contest, and then 1:50 for the male competitors, and then rounding things out, finishing up the day just after 2 o'clock for the final male ISB5 competition. That's going to be at 2:05. So tons of action coming down the pipe, and we got about half an hour until the show kicks off. Do not forget, there's tons of things going on in the village the next 20 minutes, half an hour while you're waiting for events. 2 favorites. One, the Monster Energy booth is literally waxing people's skis. Wow. Free ski waxing, and that's because they want to wax my skis. They're running a little slow right now. So go get your skis waxed from our friends at Monster Energy, and then literally turn around, look at the ACCO trailer, imagine the best custom hot chocolate complimentary you've ever had. I'm talking all milk alternatives. I'm talking whipped cream. I'm talking sprinkles. I'm talking marshmallows. There's like literally 16 different special flavors to be added to your hot chocolate, people.
Well, we know where Josh has been hanging around the last few days.
We're actually live from the hot chocolate booth right now. We're calling the show from Hot Chocolate Land. So literally, go get your skis waxed, turn around, have a hot cocoa, and then on top of that, there is a live music series taking over just outside of the village. I don't even know what that area is called, but the area by the grocery store over there.
Former Metal Plaza.
Former Metal Plaza. Hey Ocean is playing tonight at 4:30. A bunch of other live music starting, I think, around 3 o'clock. So live concerts all week long. We got Strat Bassett playing tomorrow. Randy, we're in for a treat.
And I'm leaving tomorrow.
Damn!
Okay. And also, don't forget, we have our merchandise truck that is down near the Olympic rings in that area, serving you up a whole gamut of souvenirs that you can bring back from this event. Josh, on va juste accueillir évidemment nos compétiteurs de langue francophone. On a des Belges qui sont ici, on a des Canadiens français, on a des athlètes français également. Alors, bienvenue. C'est une journée pour le ski et le snowboard pour les catégories avancées. Et ça va débuter encore une fois avec IAS3 pour les skieurs avec, qui sont dans la catégorie des non-voyants à 10h35, so 10:35. We're going to send it out to some music and some videos, and we'll be back in less than a half hour.
We're different. We were always meant to be. We're part of a community others search a whole lifetime to find. Sharing an uncommon bond, forged in battle. But that's just the way we're built. Different.
Where does duty begin? With a call to serve?
A pledge to protect.
Or does it begin within? When you choose to rise
To overcome.
and to carry on. Duty is the voice that says, I'm not done yet.
Not today.
Not ever. Your duty
Inspires us.
Our duty is to you.
Find yourself here in a performance of human nature, spirits embracing, catching what we were chasing. In the silence as the thunder is us. We are connected. In these moments we will find ourselves again. In these places where we have been. We will be unknown, not a bit really, but about ourselves. We can feel so deep and be filled.
The difference between staying here at the Fisher House instead of staying in a regular hotel is the convenience, the location, the safety. I didn't really know what to expect because I've never stayed in one before. My dad likes to see me every day. And I can do that because I know when my kids are here, they're safe, but also I can be here with my family. I don't have to choose. That's important because I'm a daddy's girl.
Find yourself here in a performance of human nature, spirits embracing, catching what we were chasing. In the silence as the thunder is us. We are connected. In these moments we will find ourselves again. In these places where we have been. We will be unknown, not of their beauty, but of ourselves. We can feel so deep and be filled so completely.
I'll do it. Thank you. Whoops.
The difference between staying here at the Fisher House instead of staying in a regular hotel is the convenience, the location, the safety. I didn't really know what to expect because I've never stayed in one before. My dad likes to see me every day. And I can do that because I know when my kids are here, they're safe, but also I can be here with my father. I don't have to choose. That's important because I'm a daddy's girl. The difference between staying here at the Fisher House instead of staying in a regular hotel is the convenience, the location, the safety. I didn't really know what to expect because I've never stayed in one before. My dad likes to see me every day. And I can do that because I know when my kids are here, they're safe, but also I can be here with my father. I don't have to choose. That's important because I'm a daddy's girl.
Every veteran has a story. Whatever your next chapter, get support with health, education, finance, and more. Find resources for you and your family at veterans.gc.ca/services. The world is changing, and at Tech, we are too. Now we're focused entirely on the metals that matter. Responsibly produced metals that power our lives, that make the tools that advance us forward, that help build our cities, and provide jobs for our communities. All while supporting growth for years to come. Because a change in focus can change the future.
competitors between about 35, 22 and a half minutes away from that. And yeah, what a day it is going to be. We are celebrating. We've celebrated already at the sliding center. We have also competed up at the Whistler Olympic Park where they have the Nordic events. And you were up there, and that was pretty exciting too there.
Yeah, the biathlon and cross-country ski event took place yesterday. It was amazing to see all the athletes from all over. I tell you, I've never seen Whistler Olympic Park so full, so much energy. It's awesome to see the family-friendly spectators, dogs, cats, everything was out there having a good time.
Yeah, well, that's the whole main goal of the Invictus Games. Yes, there's the performance part, there's the participation part, but there is definitely the fun part. And always super interesting to see these competitors take to the slopes, take to the sliding center yesterday. That just blew me away. 99.9% of competitors had never gone down an ice track, and you're going face first on a skeleton.
Yeah.
We had competitors hit 101 kilometers an hour.
Just walk it up to it and say, I'll drop in.
There you go. Why not? You know, but it was very interesting. We had high quality competition, and same thing I heard happen up at the Whistler Olympic Park for the Nordic events, as you were mentioning. A lot of celebrations, and people really having a lot of fun up there.
It was awesome, and I think the coolest part was just seeing the camaraderie. We're starting to see it out here in the village too, but the camaraderie between all different teams. I'm not sure exactly how many nations are out here, but yesterday we probably had 20 flags flying from all over the world. And just such an inspiring group of people. Tons of local spectators came out to support as well. So it was just overall a lot of fun, and I think we're in for another treat of a day number 5 out here in Whistler. I hope you guys are having as much fun as we are. Hitting the slopes, you know, I think temperatures going to warm up throughout the day. I will like to say a big shout out to the Whistler Backcountry events team who built the course and everything out here, and is making an incredible compound for our athletes out here.
Well, to start things off, we would like to welcome from our 4 hosted First Nations our land acknowledgement. Please welcome Councillor Maxine Bruce.
Amas Gaydens Nukdukwa. Amas Atskan Tumusana. Inchas Nukbat. Shamak Squatchi Maxine Bruce. Bill Wadwolfkan. Flip Chatmilkan. Hello, friends and relatives. It's great to see you all today. My ancestral name is Pat. My English name is Maxine Bruce. I am from the Lil'wat Nation. I am from this land. Welcome to the territory of the Lil'wat Nation. Just like to thank our Creator for such a beautiful day and to see such beautiful smiling faces. I love that everyone has come here to enjoy themselves. I congratulate all of the athletes, and a big thank you to all the volunteers. We should have a round of applause for the volunteers. Woo! The name of this area in my language, the name of Whistler is Huitama. Where we are is near the Fitzsimmons Creek. That name of that area is Chapton. So I just felt I needed to share that with you. I want to kick off this day in the best way that I can. And I'd like to share some words with our Creator. And if you could please bear with me. O kuka kupi, kukshum kauti tiniwati koa. Muta I takamawats aquanim, kukshum kauti amaste, kukshum kau takam I inchmak gata, muta I takam I ukomilka. I said to our greatest chief, thank you for the land, thank you for the water, thank you for all the food that we eat, thank you for the beautiful day, thank you for the children, and thank you for all the human beings. Thank you so much. I just want to close my greetings here with a song that I sing every day. It's the groundhog, and it gives me energy and positive feelings. So I want to share that with you all. Hey na, hey oh, oh, hey na, hey oh, hey na, hey na, hey oh, oh, hey na, hey oh, hey na, la, hey oh, oh, hey na, hey oh, hey na, la, hey oh, oh. All again, on behalf of the Little Nation, Coach the Moon Kala, these pigs.
Thank you very much, Councillor. It's an honor to be here once again in this beautiful, beautiful area. Well, Josh, we are starting to ramp things up. Today is the Invictus Ski and Snowboard competition of the Invictus Games Vancouver Whistler 2025. Are you ready?
Yeah, Whistler, welcome down to the final day of competition out here. The sun is shining, the course is set, looking up here for the base of Whistler Plateau. And what a beautiful view we have. I mean, we're in one of the best ski resorts in the world, and we are absolutely fired up to watch this contest getting underway here in just 5 minutes until showtime. And what an afternoon we have in front of us. We got men's and women's ski and snowboard, alpine racing. And let's take a look at the course here, Randy. What are we looking for? Obviously, look at the course on the left-hand side. We've got the snowboard long course. Right-hand side, we've got the ski long course. Both have 11 days. So talk us through, for the fans who are new to alpine skiing, alpine snowboarding, talk us through what we can expect to see.
Well, first and foremost, it's going to be interesting to see because some of these competitors don't have a lot of experience, so they're going to have to master the course also. There's no training around that either. So the important thing is to pass the gates, right? Is to make it gate, and as fast as possible to the finish line. But on top of it, have fun doing it. That's the name of the game.
Smile on your face from top to bottom. Pretty simple, folks. They're going to drop in up top. I got to go through 11 gates, cross the finish line with all their poles and skis, hopefully still strapped on. And the fastest time of the day takes the cake.
Absolument. Alors évidemment, le nom du jeu aujourd'hui, la mission, c'est partir, accomplir et passer chaque portillon et croiser le fil d'arrivée, le premier ou la première dans sa catégorie. Just another reminder, also, Josh, there is a concept that we use in these type of events, just like a FIS para-Nordic or para-Alpine event, in this case, a para-snowboard event. There are the factors. We have sports categories, IAS1, IAS2, IAS3, IAS4, and within those we have subcategories. And for example, an IAS1, which is usually a sit skier, blind and visually impaired, will have a factor of timing associated to. So IAS1-1, 100% of the time. So the minute they cross the line, the time you see on the board is their exact time. IAS1-2, we will take 78% of their time, and that will be their final time, and that goes for all the subcategories. Why? Very simple explanation: to create a level playing field. Simply, it's used in many sports, in paracycling, it's used also in para-canoeing, para-athletics. So it creates a level playing field and gives everybody a chance to be on the top spot of the podium while having fun.
Well, folks, we are just about 10 minutes away. We're kicking the show off at 10:35. We're going to get things started with the the Alpine Skiing visually impaired category. We've got one competitor coming in at 10:35 to kick off the race. Until then, stick around. We've got tons of action still to come from day 5 of the Invictus Games Vancouver Whistler.
He's the first one down. He's visually impaired. They're not very like.
I am Invictus.
The very warmest of welcomes to you indeed. There may be a chill in the air, but there is always warmth at the Invictus Games. Vancouver Whistler 2025, the first ever adaptive winter sports edition of the Invictus Games, and Alpine skiing now takes centre stage. It's going to be a wonderful sight, not just because of where we are, this incredible setting of Whistler, located on the unceded territories of the Lil'wat Nation and the Squamish Nation, who have lived on these lands since time immemorial. It's a gift to share this space with them, and it's a pleasure to have your company for all of the action from the Whistler Alpine venue. What a location, right in the heart of the main plaza. The competitors will make their way down this 11-gate course, try to get the fastest time possible, try to get onto an Invictus Games podium. The Excalibur lift is right next to the course, one of the main lifts at Whistler. But let's not think about extracting swords from stones, let's think about extracting medals from snow. Who is going to be on the podium come close of play today? Nathan Cantor alongside me. Isn't it a wonderful setting?
It's absolutely beautiful. Yet again, we've been blessed so far here. First time ever winter adaptive sports, as you mentioned, here at these Invictus Games. And this will be the final day on the mountain. And just so excited for what we have coming up, a number of different categories. But you see the track there for Alpine skiing. It's going to be amazing.
Great crowd gathered to enjoy it. From all over the world they have come to be part of the Invictus Games, and wherever you call home, whoever you're supporting for however long you've been enjoying the games, great to have you with us too.
Well, a good crowd assembled here
Whatever time of day or night it is where you are, it is just coming up to 10:30 local time here in Vancouver. And the temperature around about 10 below freezing, so it's not quite as chilly as it was yesterday for the competitors in the Nordic cross-country and biathlon. It started the day, would you believe, at -17. So this is positively beach weather by comparison.
But and a blue sky, right, as well, which is unbelievable. And it's good that it's not too warm at the same time. So you want it to be cold. I think this is right where you want it to be.
And there is Sydney, the professional cuddler. That's my kind of wordplay. Yeah. I love that. Well, appropriately enough, a brief pause. And competition will begin in a moment. And like everything involving Sydney and everything involving the Invictus Games, there'll be quite a tale to tell in the next little while as these competitors make their way down the course. The categories for alpine skiing. There are subcategories within each categorization. So as you can see there, IAS 1 and 2, but then there are 8 subdivisions, if you will. What that means is that sometimes the raw time for the competitor won't be the actual time that they are given. It depends on the nature of their impairment. So a percentage algorithm might be applied to their time to adjust it, and the whole aim of that is to create an absolutely level playing field, to give everyone the same opportunity to make it onto the Invictus Games podium. Not every single category uses that algorithm. The open categories don't, but many of them do. We won't get too heavily into the details of that on a competitor-by-competitor basis, but you see there, for example, Mark Abel, IAS 3-2. So there will be some time adjustments made for some competitors. All of it will become clear once we get underway. Mark Abel will be competing in the men's intermediate advanced IAS 3 visually impaired category. He is the sole competitor in this category. He's getting everything underway today, and we wish him good fortune. This is 57-year-old Mark Abel, 12 years in the army, 3 tours in Northern Ireland, and he incurred a visual impairment after some very significant headaches in 2011, was diagnosed with an attack of optic neuritis.
And you'll see here a guide, of course. So for the visual impairment here that Mark Abel has as an IAS 3-2, you must ski with a guide, and Mark's guide here is Neil Graham. The guide goes first and must also go through all 11 turns, and then Mark Abel will follow Neil Graham. And the guide must be voice only, so you can have a radio if needed, but you can't physically help, of course.
For Mark Abel, it was competing at the 2016 games, I should say, in Florida, that gave him a renewed sense of purpose. He said it gave him fulfillment, a sense of direction. Felt like he was beginning to find his way again. Some very difficult circumstances in his personal life then followed. Mark really fell out of love with sport as the family tried their absolute best to carry on. And he was persuaded to return to skiing a few years later, focused on these games in Canada as a way to really recover and to get back his joy of competitive sport again. And we are absolutely thrilled that Mark Abel is here competing at these games. It feels, Nathan, as though there is just a sense of it being really right that it's Mark Abel that gets us underway.
Yeah, absolutely. He said being selected for Team UK, has given him hope and motivation after challenging few years. It's inspired him to get back on the slopes, try new sports, and most importantly, believe in himself. So no better way to kick off the final day here on the mountain than with Mark Abel. And of course, should mention this is the intermediate advance. Yesterday, novice skiers did take part in this alpine skiing, and the difference though, 7 days or less is novice, so the intermediate advanced category could be only as few as 8 days of experience on snow, which is not that much.
Yes, we do have quite a range, don't we, in the intermediate advanced, all the way to soldiers in the French army who are effectively chasseurs alpins, ski forces, so they will be highly accomplished on the snow.
Yes.
So it's a broad, as you say, Nathan, broad categorization. We're about 2 minutes away from the start of competition. You're going to see 6 different classes taking place in the alpine skiing today. The snowboarding takes place in the afternoon. 2 events there.
Yeah, later, not far from now, we'll have the standing ski, then there will be sit ski category as well. And we start with the visually impaired, as mentioned, the only competitor from the UK, Mark Abel.
High show tuck, you know what it means. Finish means and so.
Last bits of counsel coming in from Neil Graham.
Yes, and you can see there, of course, the radio communication.
Moving forward.
Mark Abel of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, competing in the intermediate advanced IAS3 visually impaired category in alpine skiing at the Vancouver Whistler Invictus Games of 2025. The first competitor to take to the slopes in the intermediate advanced categories. We wish him the very best of fortune. This 57-year-old who spent over a decade serving in the British Armed Forces. He returns to competitive Invictus Games sport. We're thrilled to have him here on the snow at the first winter edition of the Games. Neil Graham guide leads the way. Mark Abel follows. Great instruction coming from Neil Graham. 11 gates to be undertaken. And that is a job really well done. Factor time of 19.14 for Mark Abel of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Just excellent. You could see there, perfectly done. There was, just past the middle part of the course, what we assume might be the tricky part, where there is a bit of a bump, but perfect form really the whole way through. Slowed up a little bit, but then finished strong and under 20 seconds. Just absolutely outstanding from Mark Abel.
That was a lovely smooth ski, wasn't it, from 57-year-old Mark Abel? So there we go, 20.16 is the confirmed time. And there is some adjustment made to some of the times because of the various natures of impairment.
He would be 86% time factoring, so that's just because his visual impairment meets B2 criteria. We're not going to get too much into the nuts and bolts, but obviously that is significant visual impairment, which is why the time is a lot of the later on we'll see in the standing ski, which is about to start here, is time factoring in the 90s, so 86 is a little bit lower.
The men's intermediate advanced IAS2 standing ski competition at the Vancouver Whistler Invictus Games. We have 11 to take to the slopes. We'll finish with Emilien Portier of France. somebody who we are excited to watch. He's a chasseur alpin, part of an elite army mountain infantry force. We're going to begin with Aigar Matlik of Estonia. Born in the capital city of Tallinn, a beautiful place. He makes his Invictus Games debut, but Estonia certainly doesn't. They've been part of the game since the inaugural edition in 2014. 11 gates to undertake.
And for these next 11 competitors, it's going to be a range in terms of the ski categories. IAS from 4 to 6. So it's just a mix of between. There will be some with moderate impairment in one lower limb. Some will have impairment in both upper limbs, and some will have moderate impairment in one arm. That will be the range from 4, 5, and 6. So here, Aigar Matlik is an IAS 2-4. He has moderate impairment in one lower limb. You see right here, he's skiing with 2 skis and 2 poles, and that won't always be the case for these next competitors in the standing ski.
Estonia's Aigar Matlik competing in the first ever winter edition of the Invictus Games on the slopes of Whistler. And it will be this gentleman who sets the time that everyone else must try to surpass. Looking nice and controlled, taking it very steadily, very assured, no issues, really well done. That's an excellent first run from Aigar Matlik of Estonia. That's what you want from the very first competitor to go. They go through nice and cleanly, set the time, their job's done, the rest will follow.
I love how you said it, perfectly steady, and then I love the push at the end. Once he got past that final turn, just one last thrust and right over that finish line. Yes, absolutely well done. Every single turn perfectly well executed.
Words well chosen, Aigar Matlik. The job done, the time provisionally coming through at 23.77 seconds. We're now watching Barak Hazor of Israel.
He was part of the gold medal winning team in wheelchair basketball.
Slightly different skill set being demonstrated here. So the factored time of 22.15, but we're going to wait for confirmation when all of those times have been fully calculated by the jury. But as it looks, Barak Hazor has got into the gold medal position. Reservist Sergeant Major Gabriel Shifrak from Romania. Gold medalist in indoor rowing at the Dusseldorf Games of 2023, fewer than 3 years after his injury.
Look at him get low there, right? That's picking up a little more speed, I think, than the previous couple competitors. Low in the knees, hunched over. Making really good time here. Oh, little wide at the finish, but I like that. And you can see there, under 20 seconds. Very efficient.
Well, you picked it up, Nathan, right from the start. He really established early speed, didn't he, Gabriel Shifrak? And as a result, we have a new leader, 18.96 seconds. There is your leader, and this is how we did it.
Yeah, look at that. He was on patrol in Afghanistan in 2020 when his vehicle ran over an IUD. Resulted in multiple fractures in both legs, head and arm injuries, extensive rehab, and just doing a fantastic job there. Fastest so far.
Christophe Balaye of Canada. The first Canadian competitor to take to the slopes on this intermediate advanced day of alpine skiing in Whistler. And he lives in Victoria, in British Columbia, just across the waters on the beautiful Vancouver Island. Actually born in Grenoble in the French Alps.
Yeah.
Christophe Balaye of Canada.
He was deployed to Africa on 2 occasions, once to Senegal, once to Mali.
Again, another very controlled-looking display this from Christophe Balaye, and he'll come in around the 23-second mark, 22.73 the factored time. So that should just drop him into bronze medal position. It has done. Still Gabriel Chiffrac who leads. 11 competitors in total. Another very secure, comfortable-looking ski there.
Yeah, and we have to keep in mind that a lot of these competitors, even though it's the intermediate advanced, only 8 days is the minimum for their, previous experience on snow. So everyone so far, I think, has done an excellent job. Even if they are controlled, they're still hitting it in just about 20 seconds, it's a 260-meter length of course with 11 gates. Not easy to do at all.
Costel Stanciu of Romania, retired senior adjutant platoon leader. Paratrooper for 25 years, and there's a fair amount of pace here from Costel Stanciu. May just about drop into a medal position. 22.09 seconds, and that should be silver medal as things stand.
Wonderful. Didn't quite, I think, get as low. He was able to generate a lot of speed despite not being able to get as low as a couple of the earlier competitors. So that's very, very impressive what he was able to do. This is David Nadai of Italy. Looking, wow, outstanding.
Well, that was a blink and you'll miss it performance from Davide Nadai. He's gone into the gold medal position. So the Romanians who were in first and second place now have been surpassed by Davide Nadai. He returned to competitive skiing with prosthetics in 2023. Competed at the Italian Cup last year and the Para-Nordic World Cup, so no surprise that we've seen him go into a leading position. Roy Nevo of Israel is the next to go. It is Davide Nadai, then Gabriel Chiffrac, then Costel Stanciu, 1, 2 and 3. So a time of around 22 seconds or lower will get you onto the podium as things stand. Here's Roy Nevo to see what he can do. This is looking pretty fast.
Yes, no, absolutely. You can see he's leaning into those turns. Excellent speed he's able to generate, no doubt on the podium.
Change to the leaderboard, 17.87 seconds. He'll go into the silver medal position. Nadai still holds on. And we are going to have an Italian leading with 2 to go because the next competitor is from Italy as well. Marco Menicucci, an extremely strong alpine skier who's participated in national and international competitions. In case you couldn't tell, he was an extremely accomplished alpine skier.
Pretty evident, isn't it?
Now this is fast. This is going to be very fast. How close is he going to get to the podium? It's tight and he's just missed out. 4th position. Gabriel Chiffrac holds on.
Almost had it still. Nonetheless, a very impressive run. Both Italians here, of course, one currently the leader, but not at all to take away from Menicucci right here. Participated in the Invictus Games in Toronto previously. Great run.
Na Hyung-yoon of the Republic of Korea. This is looking good as well, technically.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. And you can see no ski poles, but wow, what a time.
Change to the podium. He goes into the bronze medal position. Gabriel Schifrak down into 4th place. Davide Nadai, Roy Nevo, and now Na Hyung-yoon. We have 1 to go. Much excitement ahead of this last run. This is Emilien Potier of France, chasseur alpin, part of an elite army mountain infantry force.
Can he beat that time of 15.85?
He's going to be close to a place on the podium. 16.74. He goes into the silver medal position. It's Davide Nadai of Italy who has won it. Emilien Potier will be the silver medalist, and Roy Nevo of Israel will take the bronze. What a category that was.
Fabulous display from all of these competitors, to half of them under 20 seconds and the others right around there. Incredibly impressed. The technique was there. It was every single turn. As we take a look at this last run again from Potier.
This gentleman was actually in hospital post-amputation when somebody came to his bedside and told him about the Invictus Games. He said unconsciously he had a motivation to go for it. It was there in the back of his mind from the moment that he began to recover. He swims twice a week in a pool or a lake. He trains in skiing at work. And he's now got a little extra weight to the luggage on the way back. The men's intermediate advanced IAS2 standing ski competition. The classified results and the bronze medal to Roy Nevo of Israel, silver to Emilien Potier of France, and the gold medal won by Davide Nadai of Italy.
Allez, sur la musique, mon gars, sur la musique. Allez, c'est bien. Allez, fais patate. Fais patate. Ah non, on est plus qu'à faire pareil. Allez, allez, gars, vous vous chauffer. On va essayer. Allez.
Well, what absolutely fantastic entertainment. Lovely celebrations there. Centred around Emilien Potier, the silver medalist. Great team spirit that we've seen in the French ranks. And we have more to come. Plenty more to come. We're about 10 minutes away from the start of the men's intermediate advanced IAS4 Open and MFI category. And that will take place simultaneously with the women's intermediate advanced IAS4 Open and MFI category 2. Lithuania, one of 2 debuting nations at the Invictus Games, along with Brazil. It's a wonderful day at the Whistler village. Right around the plaza is the conclusion of this course. Beautiful sight, the big screen making it easier for the spectators to enjoy everything. But they've got a very good view anyway of this 11-gate course for the intermediate advanced competitors. The novices took to the slopes yesterday.
And around. It's good. Shake and bake. bake.
Shake and bake.
Shake and bake.
Right out.
We got this.
So this is the Women's Intermediate Advanced IAS4 Open and MFI category. We're looking at Personnel Selections Officer Jessica Guerin of Canada will be the first to go. It will run alongside the Men's Intermediate Advanced IAS4 Open and MFI competition. And we've got a lot of athletes to come, particularly in the event for the gentlemen. So you're going to be well and truly entertained over the next little while by a lot of very high quality skiers.
You've removed all the options.
Sunta Aquino, also of Canada, and born in North Vancouver, lives in North Vancouver, so a fairly short journey to work today for Sunta Aquino.
You got it.
Blythe Lawrence is alongside me, and could the conditions be more favourable?
It is a perfect day to be in the mountains, to be on the snow. If you are a skier, you know what these conditions feel like, and there's really nothing like it.
What's the order? Where are we in the order? What number next? 13, I think.
Blythe, you have skied the slopes of Whistler on many occasions. You know what it feels like to be up there. It's more than a venue for skiing. It's a cultural hub, isn't it? It's such an important place.
It's a scene, really. You have the village of Whistler, and where the skiers are finishing their runs is just, well, sometimes it's party central. It's a place of great celebration. It's a place where everyone gathers, especially at the end of the day, for the characteristic après.
And there it is, right there, the plaza. People can mill around in between the different races, the different categories. Plenty to do.
And it's the people that make it so great. It really is a gathering place, and people in their bright ski clothing and ski caps. It's so colorful. There's a wonderfully convivial ambiance about it.
I think that's beautifully put. A sense, yes, that people have come in their national colours to support their national teams, but everyone joining in. We saw spectators from other nations chanting along with the Lithuanians, chanting the name of their country to welcome them to the games.
People come to the mountains to enjoy themselves. This is about recreation. It's about spending time with people you love and people you really like and are good friends with. And there's also, in ski racing, just a great sense of camaraderie because everyone is feeling somewhat the same emotions. The anticipation as they step up to the top of the run and just sit in that starting gate and think, here we go. And then at the bottom, the relief of finishing.
And that's the backdrop. And it is absolutely delightful. Those lifts that take folk right the way up. Those most advanced of skiers heading to the most challenging of slopes. Quite some experience, isn't it, when you get onto the ski lifts in a place this beautiful and you really just take in the atmosphere, you take in the natural beauty, because part of it is it's just getting to look at what's around you.
It is just as enjoyable to sit on one of these chairlifts going up as it is to glide over the snow back down.
That's Daniel Dreamer of Germany, and then Kalle Hudner of Estonia. Representation from the Belgian team as well. Jean-Yves Lacroix of Belgium getting ready to compete. Lovely clear skies. The weather has really turned up for these games, hasn't it?
The sun has come out to watch along with everyone else.
And we're grateful for your company wherever you're watching from. welcome to the Invictus Games of Vancouver Whistler. Temperatures of around about -10 Celsius at the start of the day. You're going to see a variety of categories across the day. We now move into the IAS 4 Open and MFI categories. The most important thing to state here is there is no time factoring that's used in the IAS 4 categories. So the times that the competitors have at the close of their run is the time. There's no mathematical algorithm. This is a category for competitors with mental health conditions and or minor physical impairment.
This one's for you, Liam.
The Women's Intermediate Advanced IAS 4 Open and MFI event.
You got this, Jessica. You got this. James is here.
Clear. Maybe as much data for previous competitors as possible.
Jessica Guerin out of Petawawa. She is your first competitor down.
We have 11 to go in the Women's Intermediate Advanced IAS 4 event. Plenty of the therapy dogs or facility dogs, depending on what they're called, are here. The Women's Intermediate Advanced IAS 4 Open and MFI event in Alpine Skiing, the inaugural winter edition of the Invictus Games. On the slopes of Whistler, we are privileged to have the company of these competitors. This is a category for those who have mental health conditions and or minor physical impairment. The Men's Intermediate Advanced IAS 4 Open and MFI category. Lots of competitors waiting to take to the slopes. We are in for a superb contest here. From all over the world they've come to try to get an Invictus Games title, but more than that, to be part of this community, to share in the experience of the Invictus journey with like-minded individuals. We look at the start of this competition. Jessica Guerin, Personnel Selections Officer, gets things started.
Navigating these turns very carefully, using the classic wedge shape in order to make the turns. When you put the tips of your skis together, the forward tips, it makes it a bit easier to make that turn. And now her skis much more parallel. Those first wedge turns probably just to get her comfortable on this course. And now she looks much more confident coming through the bottom of this run.
I just took a slightly convoluted path there across the line. I'm not sure if she did actually go right across the line at the end. May have thought that was one of the gates. Jessica Guerin, the Personnel Selections Officer, really, I think it's safe to say, got much more comfortable after she'd started. Very sensible beginning, kept it under control, and then found her stride.
Absolutely. The last thing that you want to do on a course like this is have a mistake right at the beginning and have that throw you off later.
Jules Bale from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, who became a nurse after seeing news coverage of the Falklands War and injuries sustained by service personnel. It inspired her to dedicate her life to caring for service personnel. She also was hugely important as an infection prevention and control lead during the COVID pandemic for the South East Coast Ambulance Service. Jules wants her 10-year-old daughter Sophie to see just what she can do. To qualify for intermediate advanced at the Invictus Games is to qualify for quite a broad category. You have to have just over a week of time on the slopes. But there are some who will have a lot more than a week of time on the slopes. This is Jules Bale of Team UK.
Again, we see a bit of the wedge formation of her skis just in these early turns. The course up here at the beginning of the 260 meters, a little bit steeper than down below as they go into the plaza. And just like Jessica Guerin, now we're seeing turns that are taken with the skis much more parallel.
This is lovely from Jules Bale, really skiing nicely right across the line, 31.12 seconds. And into the gold medal position goes Jules Bale of Team UK. I can confirm for you that unfortunately Jessica Guerin has been given a did not finish because she actually went round the line at the end as we thought.
The red line, you do have to cross that with your skis in order to finish the course.
That was brilliantly done from Jules Bale. Let's have a look again.
So there at the beginning, it's a bit steeper up top than it is down below, and she's being a bit cautious, making sure that she doesn't make any mistake in using the wedge turn formation.
Melissa Henderson of Canada, a retired supply technician in Canadian Operations Forces Command.
Successfully navigating the top portion of the course, and she's really sliding. Wonderful control of her skis, just letting them do the work for her.
No doubt that she's gone into the lead, 26.81 seconds. Lovely moment for the home fans as a Canadian goes into the gold medal position. Grateful for her daughter, Alicia, who she says has healed her heart.
She just looked so calm and collected throughout this race. Not a lot of movement in the head or the shoulders, just letting herself go down.
What a special moment here for Assunta Aquino, born and raised in North Vancouver here in British Columbia. Retired combat engineer in the army. Takes the slopes and she is moving with purpose. Wow.
What attack of this course. You saw it right from the beginning with her pumping her poles into the snow. This looks terrific.
The lead's changing hands. The lead is changing hands here. 18.03 seconds. Fantastic. Fantastic that from Assunta Aquino. Blythe, it was clear right from the start we're dealing with a very high quality skier here.
It really was. The speed is evident. And look at the way as she navigates these turns, she goes up onto the edges of her skis. That is very advanced work.
Get yourself ready. Elbows over the wand onto the black pads or on the snow. Okay.
Elizabeth Brown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, 37 from Scotland. Winter sports a passion of hers since her time in the Royal Air Force.
Competitors actually have 5 seconds after the word go to push off from the gate, so they have a bit of leeway. They can go when they're ready. Good
Again,
upper body position.
Another very controlled looking performance this. Will certainly go into a medal position. 22.72 for Elizabeth Brown. So she will drop into silver behind Assunta Aquino. She described her first Invictus training camp as overwhelming because she had spent 10 years shutting out the world, simply trying to survive. She said she didn't know there was that kind of support out there, but there were people that wanted to help her.
Where should I put these, Coach?
Co-captain of the entire United States of America team, this is Jacqueline Marty, a retired colonel from the United States Air Force. So respected in the team for her spirit, her determination, her leadership skills.
Interesting technique, shifting from one foot to the other, just as she gets her bearings. It's a mark of a good skier, one who can manage that, especially in the steeper part of this course. This looks very good. She's using her edges.
And she's going to come through into a medal contending position, 20.79 seconds. That's bronze as things stand for Jacqueline Marty of Team US.
She did a very nice job, especially towards the bottom of this course. Really got into her swing on her skis. It was so comfortable coming across the line. Proud coach at the top there.
We've been training this whole year.
Erika Zadao of Canada, a retired military police officer from the Air Force.
Need a moment? Got it? All right. We're going to start coming up to you. So I need you, excuse me. I need you to make sure that you go straight off to the last gate, right in the corner. Don't turn around anything else, just go straight to the last gate. You got this. I have faith in you.
Somebody has to.
No, you have faith in yourself.
I do.
She has said that she is so grateful for the friends and family who help her achieve her goals, grateful for her pets and the ocean, for the peace that it brings to her. She's spoken of the need for a strong support network, and we saw that strong support network there. Good luck, Erika Zadao of Canada.
And she is off. First two gates, no problem whatsoever. And there was real apprehension as she stood in the starting gate, but that looks to have disappeared now. Lovely, lovely turns.
This is excellent from Erika Zadao. 21.66 seconds. And she has a place on the podium as things stand. And there is the professional cuddler, Sydney. It actually says that on Sydney's accreditation. Into bronze, Zadao, Marty in silver, Aquino in gold. We continue here. You're looking at Teresa Whitemeyer, radio teletype operator from the Canadian Army. Some good skiing we're seeing here.
Doing a nice job leaning into her turns, lowering her center of gravity as she goes around the curves.
And she is going to pick up a time of 23.42 seconds. So not quite on the podium, but a strong display. This is a very good race in progress here. The Women's Intermediate Advanced IAS4 Open and MFI category. Good quality.
And ski racing, I don't think that we can emphasize enough, is very different from recreational skiing. When the path is laid out in front of you, it becomes much more difficult than if you have the entire width of a run to work with.
Okay, look up.
3 to go.
Inside.
Daphne Pringle of New Zealand, serving in the Air Force. It's her second Invictus Games. So proud to represent her country in the New Zealand Defence Force.
Wedge turn start.
So important, isn't it, that the competitors are controlled in how they ski, that they go at the pace that's right for them, not necessarily chasing others' times, but just being at their level as a skier.
Completely. And as mentioned before, when you have to follow the blue line of the course, sometimes it necessitates tighter turns than you would ordinarily take if you were just doing this for fun.
30.89 seconds. Really well done from Daphne Pringle. The penultimate competitor. Major Amanda Pye from the British Army. She served since 2010, working as a pharmacist officer.
And this a little different from what we've seen from some of the competitors. She's parallel right at the start of the course. That indicates confidence in her skiing and what she's able to do here.
Now, how's the time going to be? 21.66 is holding bronze. This is going to be very close. 22.28 seconds. And she'll go into 4th position. Major Amanda Pye. That was a very good ski.
Very good indeed. It was confident right from the beginning, keeping her skis parallel out of the gate and into the first turn, and then going up onto the edges. That helps her build speed and also take those turns more tightly.
The last competitor is squadron leader Samantha May of the Royal Air Force in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. A brilliant athlete in so many ways, particularly track and field. A military pole vault record holder. Remarkable what the 30-year-old has already achieved in her career, and she is going well at the start.
She's shifting her weight well from one foot onto the other as she leans into the turns. It's really good technique. And now here she goes into a more racer-like tuck position, lowering the center of gravity. That will help her build speed toward the finish.
21.16 seconds, and she has made it into the bronze medal position. Samantha May has taken the bronze medal right at the very end. The squadron leader in the Royal Air Force flew down that course.
It was just really consummate skiing from Samantha May. And right at the end, putting her head down as she goes across the line. Well done indeed.
Bronze to Samantha May of Team UK. So many more people have now arrived to watch the ski racing. The classified results in the Women's Intermediate Advanced IAS4 Open and MFI event at the Invictus Games in Alpine Skiing. Samantha May of Team UK takes bronze. Jacqueline Marty, co-captain of Team US, wins the silver medal. And Canada's own Assunta Aquino wins the gold. Really special moment this for the Canadians. And how fitting that it's somebody actually born in North Vancouver, British Columbia, who takes the gold. The men's intermediate advanced IAS4 Open and MFI competition is about to begin. Lots of athletes in this one. Soren Damgaard of Denmark. His mother was killed by a hit-and-run driver overseas nearly 2 years ago. In his words, it sent him into the dark. He didn't feel like he fitted into anything. His treatment, his sports, relationships with friends. He found he could just about be there for his children, and that was it. He now wants to find the joy in life again and to give more joy to his family. And look at him go here early on.
Very well controlled. Got his poles quite far behind him as he's navigating this course, but the turns, very good.
Soren Damgot, 23.9 seconds. That's the time that everyone now needs to beat. This is a gentleman who said he wanted to find the joy in life again. This is why the Invictus Games exists. From the great winter sporting nation of Estonia, from the city of Tallinn, Kalle Hudna.
Are you ready?
Has to be.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Are you ready? I have to be, says Kalle Hudna as he gets underway.
The sentiments felt by so many a skier as they stand at the top of the run and look down the hill.
And unfortunately, he's got to reacquaint himself with one of the skis. We just remind ourselves that the intermediate advanced category is for those who've had beyond a week on the slopes. Now that could be 8+ days, it could be 8+ years.
And there's a big difference between somebody who's had 10 days of training and even somebody who's had, say, 3 months of training.
He's really giving this a good go. That is a super conclusion from Kalle Hudna. Well done, sir. Tough start, great finish.
It's really a wonderful display of the Invictus Games spirit. No matter what befalls you, to get up and to keep going and to finish.
Well, as you have said on many an occasion, Blythe, there isn't a skier out there who doesn't know the feeling of falling and having to get back up again. Mikael Jalakas of Estonia. He is a debutant at the Invictus Games.
Broadcast is ready now. You can start the next contender. Thank you.
Soren Damgaard of Denmark has set the time that everyone needs to beat. It's 23.9 seconds.
Nice, calm beginning. Notice that his chest is over his knees, using the wedge shape just a little to help him through these turns.
There should be a decent time here produced by Mikael Jalakas of Estonia. 23.9 is leading, but that's changed. 22.38 seconds. Well, Blythe, from the very start, he looked in control, didn't he?
Very calm, very composed. It was just a very good run down this course. 260 meters and 11 gates to navigate.
Ben Lukowski of the United Kingdom, 41, from Nottingham. He joined the Royal Marines at the age of 23. He's doing really well to keep hold of this.
Yes, he is. A little bit cautious through some of these turns on the upper course and really figuring out how to shift his weight from one ski to another.
He did very well there, Ben Lukowski. 27.07 seconds. This is a gentleman who was diagnosed with a traumatic brain injury after he was involved in a car accident. A car driving ahead of him hit another car, which subsequently hit him when he was on the way to pick up his daughter from a birthday party. Retired infantryman Frank de Vries of Canada. Frank de Vries from Calgary in Alberta.
He's got a very good position as he navigates these early turns. One thing to keep in mind in downhill skiing is keeping the shoulders, if you can, over the knees. Helps with both speed and balance.
And he comes over the line with a time of 22.35 seconds. He's gone into the gold medal position by 300ths beyond Mikel Yalakas. A new leader, and it's a Canadian here in Whistler.
What a lovely run from Freek de Vries. Just from start to finish, thoroughly competent, beautifully navigated.
Alin Mireya of Canada, a combat diver with the Royal Canadian Engineers. Decent pace here.
Maybe more than decent. He's really flying through this.
The lead is changing, there's no doubt about it. The lead is really changing. 20.03 seconds into the provisional gold medal position goes Alin Mireya of Canada. He says his lifelong lesson is when you've got momentum, the most dangerous thing you can do is put on the brakes. Well, he certainly proved that there. From Poland, Dominik Jung. From Łódź, a soldier of the 25th Air Cavalry Brigade. Daughter Pola and brother Sebastian will be watching and supporting.
And he looks like he has the potential to turn in quite a speedy run as well. One of the few competitors that is choosing to clip the gates as he goes down. And that could be good for his time because it indicates how close he is.
Well, you were spot on with that, Blythe. 19.27 seconds. He's gone into the gold medal position. Got an excellent line, didn't he?
Really one of the best lines we've seen so far.
Jean-Yves Lacroix of Belgium. Belgian team travelled to Estonia for a snowboarding camp. Before this, they went to Fontainebleau in France for a winter training course. They're very well prepared, these Belgian competitors. He's going fast.
Yes, he is. He is, however, navigating the gates a bit wide compared to what we just saw from Dominik Jung. The idea is to take these turns as close as possible to the gate. That helps maximize the time.
And he's going to come in with a time of 25.59 seconds. So that will be just outside of the top 5. Dominik Jung is leading, then Alin Mireya, then Freek de Vries. Hope you're enjoying all of the action so far. Isn't it a great event? Morten Kleinstrup of Denmark cheered the team on in Dusseldorf in 2023, then decided he would apply for the next one as a participant. He was a skier for his whole life until a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. He wants to go on a skiing holiday again and have his 2 children with him so they can share the joy of skiing together. He knows what he's doing.
He certainly does. These turns are calm and clean. It's very well executed skiing.
The podium might change here. 21.47 seconds. He's gone into the bronze medal position. He's gone into the bronze medal position, but more than that, he's back on the snow. And that's what he came here to do. Daniel Dreamer of Germany. Very good competitor in the skeleton. He said that sport helps him relieve physical and mental tension and to clear his head. Daniel Dreamer of Germany.
Just a little slip towards the top. Still getting his bearings, particularly that left leg just shaking a little bit through the early turns. Much more confident here.
21.35 seconds, so he is now in the bronze medal position, goes ahead of Kleinstrup. Still Dominik Jung leads.
And there was just that one moment where the leg almost came out from under him, but good on him for getting it right back on the course.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
This is Kim Gleerup of Denmark. Wants to get into a flow of having more positive thoughts, more structure into his life. Good luck to him here on this course. Unfortunately, just a clip. He's actually done well just to stop himself there. He'll get the ski back on. The competitors are able, if they miss a gate, to go back unaided and to resume their run.
And it likely was that he crossed the gate. That will count. And he's gone in front of the next gate, and he will just make a right turn around that as he gets the ski back on. There we go, back underway.
Really well done to the course officials. They were straight there to bring that lost ski to him. Obviously a very capable skier. You can see by what he's doing that he knows his way around a course. Just had an unfortunate moment, Kim Gleerup. Still, Dominic Young leads. Let's have a look back at this.
And it seemed like he's got a wedge position early on. He's trying to slow himself down, and that gate just came up a bit too quickly for him, startled him, and threw him off the course. It happens. It's happened to so many people.
Nigel Coots of Australia, 49-year-old from Perth, joined the army in May of 1995.
Very comfortable looking on his skis.
Just seemed to have a bit of an issue with the gate there.
Just a bit, yes.
Up until that moment, as you say, was looking very secure. 21.56 seconds provisionally, but we'll have to see whether he actually got that gate. Not sure. His two daughters here in Canada supporting him. From a real military family. Royal Air Force Corporal Rick Francis of Team UK. He said before this he couldn't believe that he was actually chosen to be a part of the team.
Can you put your poles over the wall?
He says he is determined to regain his strength. He has advanced osteoarthritis, will need several more joint replacements throughout his lifetime in addition to what he's already had to go through. But nothing can stop Corporal Rick Francis, that is clear.
Very nice looking early on, keeping the skis parallel, going up onto his edges as he goes through the turns.
Now this is going to be a very good time. It's going to be close to a leading time. It is a leading time! Corporal Rick Francis goes into the gold medal position. That was a wonderful ski, Blythe.
A textbook demonstration of how to navigate this course. Performed by Rick Francis of Team UK.
Mindaugas Kolbinas of Lithuania, commander of the Mortar Division for 9 years, then a company leader paramedic. Oh, he's done well just to keep that stable.
Ever so wobbly on his skis, it looks like. He's doing a good job of keeping his shoulders over his knees. That helps with the balance.
That's a very good recovery from Mindaugas Kolbinas, and he gets a time of 23.12 seconds. So that will put him into 7th place. It was a dramatic conclusion there, didn't it?
Finishing with a flourish.
Again, a lot of people know what that feels like. Roar from the crowd to support him. Actually goes into 8th place. Dennis Jensen of Denmark was deployed to Afghanistan. It took him a long time to realise he was struggling with the effects of post-traumatic stress disorder.
The wedge turn position, that sort of pizza shape formed by the skis, helps the competitors slow down and take this course as they want to take it, as they're comfortable taking it.
And he is taking it really comfortably, Dennis Jensen. This is a controlled, assured ski, very nicely done, 26.02 seconds. That will put him just outside of the top 10, but very secure looking. We just remind you that there is a big spectrum in the intermediate advanced categories for those who spent just over more than a week on the slopes. Retired logistics officer in the Canadian Army, Mark Beer. He was part of the domestic operations to support the Olympic Winter Games in Vancouver and Whistler in 2010. Now he gets to compete at the Invictus Games on these very slopes.
He's had quite a fast start and looks very steady.
The lead is possibly going to change. It has 18.52 seconds. How wonderful it is that somebody who made the Olympic Winter Games in Vancouver happen in 2010 might take his own place on the podium. His Invictus journey, a fast one.
He really set the standard right out of the starting block.
Canada's Clifford Sams, retired air maintenance superintendent in the Air Force.
Good control so far.
He is, by the way, a national champion in powerlifting. Very skilled athlete is Clifford Sams, and he gets a secure time of 23.88 seconds. Another example there, Blythe, of somebody handling the course in a way that's right for them.
He kept his control throughout.
That's the leaderboard so far. Mark Beer at the top of the table. Rick Francis second, Dominic Young third. There it is, the 11-gate course. Alpine skiing at the Whistler Alpine venue, right by the plaza, the conclusion of this course. The crowd gathered to enjoy it in this place of celebration, for scenes of celebration, and for the Invictus journey.
I'm not a racer, so...
Infantryman Alexander Slade of the Canadian Army.
I lied, I'm a racer now.
Family, including his 3 children, will be wishing him the best of fortune. He said the moment he saw an Invictus Games application, he visualised himself in a Team Canada uniform at the opening ceremony, about to compete on home soil. From visualisation to realisation.
Right from the get-go, you can see that he knows what he's doing. The skis are parallel, they're close together. The turns being very calmly navigated. He's making this look easy, and it's not.
Controlled, smooth, secure, 23.39 seconds for Infantryman Slade.
Sébastien Bousquet of France now in the starting block. He comes from the Basque Country near the Western Pyrenees. And this is quite a blistering start from Sébastien Bousquet. Really going high up on his edges as he moves down the course. Lovely turning. And what a run from Sébastien Bousquet of France. 19.06, the time that puts him into the provisional bronze medal position.
Are you ready?
Daniel Beale of Canada.
3, 2, 1, go.
We are getting some very fast times now. What can Daniel Beale produce? This is looking good. It's just about keeping a good line, maybe slightly drifting wide.
Well-controlled turns coming through the bottom.
21.94 seconds for Daniel Beale. So that will put him comfortably into the top 10. Really good standard of skiing we're seeing here.
All down hills here all over the place, too. Yeah, I just can't stay away from you.
Now we are watching Simon Kempski of Germany.
Another skier who's just approaching this very calmly, letting the skis bring him down the hill, taking the turns in a very natural fashion.
23.15, no issues there at all for Simon Kempski. The mastery of this course that we're seeing from people of really varying levels of experience is a treat. He said that sport is what gives him a goal, enables him to distance himself from the psychological stress of everyday life. He's talked about the freedom that he feels. You've described that, of being on the slopes, the freedom you feel when you ski.
Your mind empties, and many times you just feel at peace.
Achim Gasper of Germany served in the Air Force.
Something
Fast.
Of a walking start to this, used to build speed, shifting the weight from one ski to the other at the top of the course. He's looking very confident.
Might be a change to the leaderboard coming up here. 18.55. He's 300ths away from the gold medal position. Could tell right from the beginning he was going and really going.
It was a very business-like start, and he just found his swing by the time he came across the line. Great ski.
This is Ilie Barbu of Romania, retired lieutenant colonel.
Pumping his arms, digging the poles into the snow, looking to pick up speed and clipping the gates. That means that his turns are very tight. We could be in for an excellent time here.
This is going to be a new leading time, surely. Almost 18.99 seconds. It's bronze as things stand for Ilie Barbu. I thought, and I think a lot of us thought, that was going to be a change to the leaderboard.
He really gave it everything that he had, start and finish.
Ronaldo Ishak of the Netherlands. We're now looking at 19.03 seconds that's holding bronze.
Very cool-handed approach in these early turns. He's maintaining a very good line down the mountain. He's not really having to do a lot of work to take these gates. It's a good sign.
Easily in control of that run. No issues whatsoever from Ronaldo Ishak. Very nice. From Denmark, Mick Jonsson recently became an early retiree. He said he lacked content in his everyday life, wasn't getting the exercise he wanted, and Invictus is his springboard to that. Good luck to him.
Nicely through the early gates. And a little pump with the poles into the snow, indicating that he wants to pick up speed, that he's feeling comfortable.
Yes, this is a man who knows his way around a pair of skis. That is absolutely clear. 22.11 seconds. So he will go into 11th place. He's talked about wanting to become a better father to his boys. That's his main motivation here at Invictus.
Look at those TV shots being broadcast around the world.
Erik Wies of the Netherlands.
Put the poles over the wand. Are you ready?
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Erik Wies chasing the leading time of 18.52 seconds, set by Mark Beer of Canada. He's well through the early gates. Skis close together and parallel. Nice technique.
And he will cross the line with a time of 22.31 seconds. No change to the leaderboard at the moment, but another very assured display.
Mark Coltrane of Team US now. Retired mineman first class in the US Navy. He comes from Salt Lake City, Utah. The state of Utah having, of course, some of the very best ski resorts in the United States. Good start for Mark Coltrane. Looking confident. Taking the turns sharply. Skis well in parallel and close together. The time to be 18.52 seconds. And he comes through with a time of 22.06. That puts him into the provisional 11th place.
Team Canada skier.
Royal Marines Major John Whiteman, father of three, was inspired to join the Royal Marines because of his eldest brother's own passing out parade. He said that it has taken him so long to come forward and make people aware of his post-traumatic stress disorder because he put it off and saw it as some form of weakness. Being part of Team UK has changed that mentality, and he's really attacking this course. He's going for it.
Just a small balance problem towards the middle of the course, but has handled it very well. And now leaning a bit more forward.
This is fast from Major Whiteman, 20.78 seconds, so he will go into 8th place. Nice display. He said that his long-term goal is to get the message out there that there are support networks available, that recovery courses can help people in need. Andreas Rückevold of Germany.
Steady on his skis so far. He's somebody who really transitions his weight from one ski to the other well as he makes the turns.
Yes, this is going to be just outside of a medal contending position, 19.99 seconds. 7th place for Rückevold, who said that sport has taken him out of social isolation and given structure and quality to his life. This to him is a highlight at the very end of his service, to spend time together with comrades from all nations, along with his family and friends. Now, this is Mike Babin from Canada. Canadian Special Operations Forces Command. He was a chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear operator. Deployed to Bosnia, to Kabul, to Kandahar. Babin next to go for Canada.
And what becomes evident quickly is that he's very experienced on skis, walking into the first gate, so to speak, shifting his weight from one ski to the other, and doing it very nicely.
And that will be a time of 22.49 seconds for a delighted Mike Babin. He got new ski equipment through the Soldier on Grant program. Harold Stroll, retired infantryman in the army, born in Quebec.
You got this. You like that, eh?
He says he is so deeply grateful for his family who continue to support him every step of the way.
Are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Harold Stroll in the zone through the first 3 gates. And now that he's past the steeper part of the course, he really looks like he's gaining confidence.
The time is 22.58 seconds for Harold Stroll, retired infantryman with the Canadian Army. Another really well-controlled display, that. Robert van der Hulst of the Netherlands. You're watching this absolutely thrilling men's intermediate advanced IAS4 Alpine skiing competition at the Invictus Games in Vancouver Whistler, the first ever winter sports edition of the Games.
Aggressive beginning from Robert van der Hulst. Just a little problem with his right ski going through that gate. But he's really doing everything that he can to pick up speed through the bottom. Oh, that's a brilliant finish from Robert van der Hulst of the Netherlands. 19.09 seconds. And that will put him straight into the top 10. Wonderful display of skiing from the Dutchman.
He did well, didn't he, after what looked as though a slip was coming?
Well, his technique is rather unusual. He's not afraid to pick up one ski and really place all of his weight on one leg.
Yeah, it'd be a long start time, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Squadron leader Neil Thomas of the British Royal Air Force, the vice captain of the entire team, UK. Joined the military 35 years ago. First 3 decades were in the army. The last 5 years have been spent in the RAF.
Squadron leader Thomas was such a calm presence during the wheelchair curling final, in which Team UK won the silver medal. And some of that comes over, actually, to watching him on skis. There's a steadiness and an assurance to what he does.
That was lovely to watch, wasn't it? Again, you're spot on, Blythe. Calm. Very calm. And a nice close-up view of Squadron Leader Thomas there for all of those in the front row. And there's the proof. It was totally intentional. He just wanted to get an extra workout in at the end. Nobody has styled out anything better at these games, nor will they, than squadron leader Neil Thomas.
Oh, that was fantastic. All kinds of entertainment to be provided through ski racing at these Invictus Games.
Did a quick back workout. And you can just post us. I love that review.
They're having a blast at the top there.
Markus Neumann of Germany, a member of the German Air Force. He says, I want to show it's more possible to do everything if you believe in yourself. You can't know what you're able to do if you don't try. Markus Neumann of Germany. Well underway. Slightly wobbly on the steeper part of this course, but he's done well to keep himself on his feet, and it gets easier from here. Well navigated turns, and just the finish line ahead. A nicely controlled run from Markus Neumann of Germany, 23.79 seconds. And that will put him close to the top 25 competitors.
Vasile Pop of Romania in the men's intermediate advanced IAS4 Open and MFI event in Alpine skiing at the Invictus Games in Vancouver Whistler.
His teammate Ilya Barbu is currently sitting in the provisional bronze medal position. This is an expert display of skiing that we're seeing. Clipped a gate early on, but that's a good thing. Will help with his time. And we have a sub-20 time, 19.68 seconds. It will be a top 10 finish so far for the Romanian Vasile Pop.
Yes, he's dropped into 8th place, the Romanian. We have 16 left to go.
Normal, ca la orice competiție. Sunt emoții, dar vremea e superbă, a venit și să ne distrăm.
From the Air Force of New Zealand, Donald Adshead.
He looks quite comfortable at the top of his course. Just some slight hesitations, making sure that he follows the line of the course around each of these gates. But once again, it's tougher up top than it is at the bottom.
Well managed, 26.23 seconds for Donald Adshead, who has spoken of wanting to be part of a cause that helps people recover from their stories.
Thank you very much.
For all of these Invictus Games competitors, simply getting to this point, getting to the start of the course is an absolutely huge accomplishment, let alone getting through those 11 gates and getting to the end. Congratulations to all of them on being part of it. This is Michael Weber. Again, smooth.
Making very small adjustments as he approaches each gate, trying to get as close as possible as he makes the turn.
We just remind ourselves that the intermediate advanced category has a very broad spectrum of competitors in it. Those who've been skiing for just over a week, those who might have been skiing for months and years, those who might have not skied for a very long time, but who were some time ago very strong recreational competitive skiers. Whatever their story is, we're thrilled to have all of them here at the Invictus Games.
Thank you.
Still, it's Mark Beer of Canada who leads. A time of 18.99 seconds holds bronze.
Okay. Problem.
Canada again?
We are just waiting for the time. Henry ones there. All coming out of stellar.
We still have many more competitors to come. But one of the loveliest things is actually like what we see at the end of the runs, that atmosphere of utter celebration.
Celebration and a bit of relief. To compete at the Invictus Games in any sport is such a huge accomplishment. But to do it in alpine skiing, it just adds a whole layer. It's so impressive. This, of course, the first time that we have had alpine skiing at an Invictus Games event.
Mike Drover of Canada served in the Navy as a marine engineer and clearance diver. He was the first person to take a military working dog into an operational theatre. And that was a mission in Afghanistan. And we've seen many of the support dogs here at the bottom of this course. He's talked about the wear and tear of 40 years on the body in an operational role and the toll that it takes. And he said, I just want to be able to enjoy the next 20 years.
I think we have 2 hours, so I'll probably go down.
And he said very poignantly that if it was not for his wife, he doesn't know where he'd be today. Mike Drover of Canada.
Oh, he did well to keep his calm there. Just the ski sliding out from under him a little bit. But boy, did he pull things right back together.
Well, it's one of the most amazing things that we're seeing as the time comes in at 23.38 seconds for Mike Drover. We're getting competitors who have a little moment of instability here and there with the skis, and the control that they're showing, the composure they're showing in bringing it back to a good, secure vertical base is remarkable.
A lot of skiing comes down to just making tiny adjustments.
This is Sebastian Starostka of Poland, a specialist in reconnaissance, associated with the 25th Air Cavalry Brigade for most of his service. He served multiple times in Iraq and Afghanistan. He said this is going to be an unforgettable adventure. Well, here he goes.
Nice work so far. Really leaning into these turns, shifting his weight from one ski to the other. Brilliant on the edges. Well, this is quite fast as well. 17.09. It is #1 for the man from Poland, Sebastian Starostka. What a run!
Goodness, he flew down. He flew down.
He said it so succinctly, just there. That was fast. Well, yes, it was. Oh, look at the acceleration that he gets, bending the knees and really just pushing through the bottom at the end. Fantastic. And that is a time 1.43 seconds better than any of the other skiers we've seen.
Charles Arsenault of Canada lives in Quebec.
See the front tips of his skis forming a slight pizza wedge position as he goes through these turns. That's to slow him down, make sure that he stays in control.
And he was in control throughout the whole thing. Job very well done. 23.85 seconds from Charles Arsenault. He's very passionate about raising awareness within the armed forces to help others who are struggling. He said that being part of Team Canada has reignited his passion for sports, allowing him to once again represent his country. And that's what it's about for so many of these folk, the chance to once again wear the national colours. Denmark's Philip Hansen. He does very well there.
Yes, indeed. Just a little bit of natural braking.
Brought that so nicely back under control. Incredibly impressive from Philip Hansen of Denmark. And there he goes across the line, 26.16 seconds. For him, one of the great motivations at the Games is to become a better father as a result of his own Invictus journey, to be more outgoing, to be able to participate in social events. Well, there's nothing more sociable than the Whistler Alpine venue and the Alpine skiing here at these Games. The plaza right at the bottom of the run. How lovely to welcome back Didier Ramin from France to the Games. He competed in Dusseldorf. Captain of the wheelchair rugby team. He'll be busy tomorrow.
And one of only 4 French competitors retained for this version of the Invictus Games. They were about 60 who tried out for Team France. 19 of them were selected.
Yeah, that itself is a huge accomplishment, isn't it? Just to make it through the selection process, because they've all done that as well just to get here. They've had to go through their own national selection. Oh, that's unfortunate. But he's okay, he's up, and he's happy about it. Didier Ramin of France. Well, he won't get a time registered, unfortunately, but he'll still get his moment in front of the crowd. And the key thing there, the French wheelchair rugby team will all be thinking, just stay upright, please, Didier, because we're going to need you tomorrow in that wheelchair rugby competition. He's a phenomenal player. Stuart Ball, 39, from Team UK, a former staff sergeant who joined the British Army at 16, was only 18 when he went to Iraq for his first tour. He was inspired by watching a documentary about the Invictus Games.
Nicely taken second and third gates. Moving well through the middle of the course.
And in with a time of 23.67 seconds is Stuart Ball of Team UK. When he watched that documentary, he saw a competitor who had a very similar mental injury to him, and Stuart Ball thought, well, if he can do it, why can't I do it? Describes the Invictus journey as having given him that sense of purpose and identity once more. Nice work being done by the course officials to reposition the snow, make sure everything is as it should be. That's the leaderboard so far. Sebastian Starowska is in the lead, 1.43 seconds ahead of Mark Beer of Canada. Achim Gasper of Germany, third. So 18.55 seconds is occupying bronze.
And this feels like a great time to acknowledge the officials and volunteers who are working behind the scenes here at Whistler to make sure that the runs are brilliantly combed, to make sure that everyone is comfortable, especially at the start line. They have been magnificent. Representing France, this is Paul Fournier, skiing with the tricolore on his back. So the French team so far has proven quite adept at winter sports. His teammate, Sébastien Bousquet, currently sitting in 6th position, 19.06 seconds was his time. And the leader right now from Poland, Sebastian Starostka, 17.09 seconds, the time that Paul Fournier will be chasing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
He gets immediately into a good tight tuck position. The stance is quite good for picking up speed. And what a magnificent image that is. Him going down the course, the French flag flying behind him. Wonderful run there for Paul Fournier of France. 20.77 seconds, his time. And that will ensconce him comfortably into 12th place thus far, with just 7 more competitors still to come.
Yes, what a sight, the flag flying.
Gives new meaning to the phrase, flying the flag.
Yes, it does. It is Martin Woutman, known as Woody. He didn't even know about the Invictus Games a year ago, watched the documentary on Netflix at the suggestion of somebody at the Veterans Centre and was immediately hooked. This is fast.
Fast. Fast indeed. He too is a skier who's not afraid to pick one of his legs up as he navigates this course.
19.46 seconds. Not too far away from a place in the top 3.
That was fun. One more time.
Yeah, he did very well there. That was lovely to watch.
The Danish so far on the podium for cool headgear.
Petty Officer Justin Brown of Australia, 50-year-old who joined the Royal Australian Navy in 1995 as a boatswain's mate, and then transferred in June of 2004 to become an imagery specialist, a photographer. Family cheering him on from home. Here is Petty Officer Justin Brown.
Good balance and nice control at the top of the course. And it's really clear the way that he's shifting his weight from leg to leg, getting good and tight turns in.
It's the story of the day. Another really composed performance, 21.34 seconds. When you consider that there's never been alpine skiing at the Invictus Games before, the quality that we're watching here is absolutely brilliant.
It's been amazing.
Christian Laubert of Germany. It's his second Games. He's talked about the unforgettable moments of Invictus, the exchange of ideas, the making of new connections. Described sport as the anchor in his life. He really looks like he's in control of this course. Nice and calm, going at a pace that suits him. A little connection on one of those gates, but no issues whatsoever. 22.58 seconds. Nicely done, Christian Laubert. Well, it's interesting. He looked very calm doing that, and he said that sport has always been the thing that has calmed him.
It's a brilliant feeling, sort of reaching a point of serenity on skis where it's just you gliding over the snow.
Dan Holmstad of Denmark wants to be part of something bigger than himself. He said the games will allow him to do that, to feel he's representing his country again, and he's representing them quickly here.
Excellent stance. Sitting in a tight tuck position, all the better to help him build speed.
17.65 seconds, he's gone into second place. Dan Holmstad, it was clear, Blythe, right from the start that this was a very serious performance.
That was a masterful run by Dan Holmstad of Denmark.
He wants to inspire his children to believe you can do anything you set your mind to if you work hard and you stick to your goals. Well, how about proving it there with that display? Wow, Dan Holmstad.
Have another look. His skiing gait is really good, and he walks into a lot of speed at the top, and then it's just about making sure that he's on his edges, taking these turns as close to the gates as possible. Really well done.
Petrisor Onea from Romania.
He's got his skis close together, which will stand him in good stead as he accelerates. Clipping the gates too means there's less time spent turning. A little bit wide, that penultimate gate.
21.25 seconds. He's thrilled about that, and why not? Again, another overjoyed competitor who's made it to the bottom of the course, when simply making it to the start is accomplishment enough. The penultimate competitor is air weapons technician Mark Jones of the Canadian Air Force.
Okay, you ready?
No, but let's do it live.
Let's do it, Canada. Come on.
Right?
He's talked about wanting to test himself, and that's why he's applied for the games.
Sure.
He's had a long wait, Mark Jones, the second to last competitor to go. Good luck to him.
And once again at the top we see someone who is really committed to gaining good acceleration. His stance is good. He's using his edges.
Fast run that, 19.79 seconds from air weapons technician Mark Jones of the Canadian Air Force. One of the strongest that we've seen so far. He'll go into 12th position. The Whistler Alpine venue hosting the Alpine skiing at the Invictus Games. Audrius Lūžaitis of Lithuania.
Let's go! Lithuania!
Welcome to the Games, Lithuania. They're making their debut here. Such an atmosphere of joy among the Lithuanian competitors and the delegation.
Okay.
They are so happy to be here.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you ready? 5, 74. 5, 3, 2, 1,
Audrius Lūžaitis of Lithuania.
He's through the top of the hill, using his poles to gain momentum. This is quite good so far.
Again, he looks nicely in control, very secure of what he's doing. 24.79 seconds for Audrius Lūžaitis of Lithuania. So we look back at this very nice display from Audrius Lūžaitis for the debuting Lithuania at the Invictus Games. Teammate Mindaugas Kolbinas coming over. And this is the last competitor, Christian Lentz of Canada, a retired flight engineer rescue instructor from the Air Force. Lives in Quebec. Wanted to apply for the Invictus Games because of a desire to return to an active lifestyle, to challenge himself. He flew with the Snowbirds over the course of his career, participated in helicopter rescues. Now he's going to fly down this course at Whistler.
Christian Lentz is underway. Turns being easily navigated. It's a very good stance that he's got, making it look easy.
What a lovely conclusion to this event, courtesy of Christian Lentz of Canada. 26.45 seconds. Again, there's something that feels rather nice about a Canadian being the last to go on the slopes of Whistler, just north of Vancouver. This lovely space located on the unceded territories of the Lil'wat Nation and Squamish Nation.
This ought to be interesting. First time I've ever gone through a gate right now.
Well, we held it.
You're not alone. A lot of people, there's a very first time going through a gate.
Okay, so when I start,
yes.
Hi.
Yes.
When I start, I am going this side of the
This
red.
is Francesca Colucci of
As
Canada.
You look at it, you can just follow the paths, right? So if you see on the right side, left side, right side, left side. All right. Not about how fast.
Francesca Colucci competing, we understand, as part of the Women's Intermediate Advanced IAS4 competition. So that's how things currently stand in that event. Assunta Aquino leading the way. All of the others went before the men's event. So good to have a little reminder of how things currently stand. 18.03, that incredible run from Assunta Aquino. Aquino leading, then Jacqueline Marty, the co-captain of Team US, and then squadron leader Sam May from Team UK in the bronze medal position. Now we believe this is the last competitor in the Women's Intermediate Advanced IAS4 competition, but we'll just wait for confirmation of the classified results afterwards. retired maritime surface and subsurface officer Francesca Colucci from the Canadian Army and then later the Royal Canadian Navy. She says, in her words, "I love Canada. Nothing meant more to me than being chosen to be a part of Team Canada." How special this moment must feel. She's made it to the start line at an Invictus Games, her home Invictus Games. Last moments before the start of this run from Francesca Colucci. She's talked about the gratitude she feels for the chance to learn and grow every day, to interact with so many great people who inspire her with their curiosity, their kindness. She's had to undergo emergency brain surgery over the course of her life, followed by chemotherapy and radiation therapy, all of which have decreased her ability to participate fully in the physical and daily activities that were commonplace for her. So just the fact that we're seeing her right now about to embark upon this run is a wonderful thing, whatever time she produces. Here goes Francesca Colucci of Canada. She's spoken of the absolute love she feels for her nation, the joy in being part of the Invictus Games, the joy of meeting like-minded individuals, of being exposed to this incredible support network. She loves Canada, and it's going to be clear when she crosses the line that Canada loves her back. Listen to that roar, listen to the cowbells as Francesca Colucci approaches the finish line. She is Invictus, she is Canada, she is Francesca Colucci. And on the slopes of Whistler, this is her moment to bask in the clear blue skies and the sunshine of the first ever Winter Invictus Games. I was just thinking exactly that. Every single support dog is over there to join, and I think the support dog should have their own medals as well at the end of this. Possibly an edible form of it. Or a chew toy, a medal in chew toy form would work nicely. That was wonderful to watch from Francesca Colucci. 20 years of service to her country. And that has brought to a close the women's and men's intermediate advanced IAS4 Open and MFI competitions at the Whistler Alpine venue in the sport of alpine skiing at the first edition of winter sports at the Invictus Games. Let's have a look back at what we've enjoyed so far. cold conditions, warm atmosphere. The Alpine skiing events at the Invictus Games of 2025. Let's have a look back at the results, starting with Mark Abel winning the men's intermediate advanced IAS3 visually impaired competition. Davide Nadai with that incredible 15.85 seconds in the men's intermediate advanced IAS2 standing ski event. Wonderful standard. Emilien Portier of France winning silver, Roy Neva of Israel taking the bronze. The hugely competitive men's intermediate advanced IAS4 Open and MFI event won by Sebastian Starowska of Poland, Dan Holmstad of Denmark taking silver, and Mark Beer of Canada, the bronze medalist. This really was a brilliant competition. So many Invictus competitors taking to the start line, and all of them, whatever their level of proficiency in the great sport of alpine skiing, giving their absolute best efforts. Plenty of Canadian representation on the slopes of Whistler. We also had the debuting Lithuania. Thrilled to be there. Strong performances from Team UK, the nation that hosted the very first edition of the Games. From very much the other side of the world, representation from New Zealand, from Australia too. And competitors returning to the Games, as well as those who are brand new. In the women's intermediate advanced IAS4 Open and MFI category, Asunta Aquino of the host nation Canada wins the gold medal. Jacqueline Marty of the United States of America taking silver, and Sam May of Team UK, the winner of the bronze medal. But it's not all about the medals. That's just one story at the Invictus Games. Wherever you finish, whatever position, whether you get a time, whether you don't get a time, you are an Invictus competitor in this beautiful backdrop of Whistler. Yes, from start to end, literally today the journey is downhill, but metaphorically it's uphill. Metaphorically it's onwards to bigger and better things for all of these Invictus competitors. Because this is only part of the journey. When the whistle blows, when the race ends, when the red line is crossed, that's the start of the next chapter. And for many of these competitors, the next chapter is the most important bit of all. Well, it's not a bad sight, is it? The plaza at Whistler. Beautiful, beautiful setting. Blythe, you've spoken of how it's... Well, I think your exact words were party central. It's a really lovely place to be. You know it well, these slopes of Whistler.
They are just wonderful to ski on. There are hundreds of kilometers of trails, and the snow is reputed for always being fantastic.
And then when it's all done, you can gather there at the plaza and be with friends, be with loved ones, be with, in this case, comrades from other nations. We'll bring you scenes of celebration soon. Medal ceremonies to come at the Invictus Games of Vancouver Whistler 2025. Don't go too far away.
You're fine, yeah. You're good. You're good, yeah.
Wherever you want to go. There's only one ceremony, right?
The Excalibur lift is making its way to and from the slopes, and we'll soon have lift off with these medal ceremonies. Any moment now, celebrations to take place on the slopes of Whistler on this beautiful day, clear skies as ever. We've been really fortunate with excellent weather conditions for all of these outdoor events at the Invictus Games. Medal ceremonies about to begin at the Vancouver Whistler 2025 Invictus Games. The first medal events in winter sports that have been taking place across these games, the inaugural edition of a Winter Invictus Games. This is the medal ceremony for the men's intermediate advanced IAS2 standing ski competition at the 2025 Invictus Games, the Vancouver Whistler Games, the first ever winter sport edition of the Games. How wonderful this ceremony is taking place on the unceded territories of the Lil'wat Nation and Squamish Nation, who have lived on these lands since time immemorial. Well, now a place in history awaits for these competitors.
The medals will be presented by Jackie Scale, Chief Inclusion Officer Tech. Joanna Roper, British Ambassador to the Netherlands. George Constantinescu, Executive Vice President, Chief Transformational Officer for ANCO.
The presentation party.
Médaillé de bronze représentant Israël. Bronze medalist representing Israel, Roy Nevo.
Roy Nevo of Israel, the winner of the bronze medal in the men's intermediate advanced IAS2 standing ski competition.
Médaillé d'argent représentant la France, silver medalist representing France, Emilia Potier.
He said he was agreeably surprised to be selected for these games, Emilien Potier. Well, he shouldn't have been. He is, after all, a chasseur alpin, part of an elite army mounted infantry force. And we saw that quality on the slopes here at Whistler. He won the silver medal with a time of 16.74 seconds. This gentleman is quite the skier. Davide Nadai, a time of 15.85 seconds, almost a second faster than every other competitor. He joined the Italian Paralympic team in 2019. He returned to competitive skiing with prosthetics a couple of years ago. And he's returned in style because he is now the Invictus Games champion. And there they are, the medalists in the men's intermediate advanced IAS2 standing ski competition at the Invictus Games. Bronze to Israel's Roy Nevo, silver to Emilien Potier of France, and gold to Davide Nadai of Italy. Congratulations to those three gentlemen, but congratulations at large to all of them that made it to the slopes of Whistler.
Of the day of the Invictus Games Vancouver Whistler 2025 in the Alpine Intermediate and Advanced groups.
We have more celebrations to come.
Josh, from our next start here in Whistler. 20 minutes out to the next competitor. You got a little bit more time to go to the bathroom, go grab a free Monster Energy, or if I was you, go to the
And there is more skiing competition to come, by the way, in around 20 minutes at the Whistler Alpine venue. we'll be bringing you the Men's Intermediate Advanced IAS 1 Sit Ski event and the Women's Intermediate Advanced IAS 1 Sit Ski event. Don't go too far away. We'll return in around about 20 minutes' time to bring you the next stage of the competition. The Men's Intermediate Advanced IAS 1 Sit Ski and the Women's Intermediate Advanced IAS 1 Sit Ski. Thanks for your company. We'll be back soon.
focused entirely on the metals that matter. Responsibly produced metals that power our lives. With the tools that advance us forward. Help build our cities. And provide jobs for our communities. All while supporting growth for years to come. Because a change in focus can change the future.
all the assist people along the fence, they're too far away. It would be better if they're actually on the other side, and then they can go to the sunny side when the snowboarders show up.
What's your disability? What's your
Welcome to the beautiful Whistler Mountain Alpine venue and the second day of snow sports at these Invictus Games. Coming up, we will be having the men's and women's intermediate advanced IAS-1 sit-ski races. We will begin with the women's competition. 4 competitors representing Canada, the US, and Team UK entered. And we will continue on with the men's intermediate advanced competition after that. It's an absolutely beautiful day to be on the slopes, and in the morning races we have already seen scenes of celebration and jubilation as the competitors make their way down this 260 meter or thereabouts intermediate advanced track.
We've seen some tremendous competitors, not only in the times that they've had, but we've also seen some incredible stories of just getting past that finish line already today, and I think we're going to see that continue. It'll be the first time with the sit ski. We saw all the other 4 categories of IAS. We had IAS 4, the open. We just had dozens of competitors in that. Before that, the IAS 2 in the standing, and before that we also had a 47-year-old Mark Abel in the visually impaired category, and now for the first time the sit ski category in the IAS 1. So very much looking forward to this.
The course has been recombed at the end of the last races, and for the sit skiers especially, their apparatus tends to chew up the snow a little bit here, and so that is one of the reasons why they have been placed last in the alpine skiing event. To the left side of this course, the Excalibur chair rises up the mountain, providing visitors here with access to hundreds of kilometers of ski and snowboard trails. But our business right now is near the Whistler Plaza, the main center of the village of Whistler. You are looking at Team UK's Stacey Mitchell receiving some final instructions from the officials.
The 31-year-old joined the Royal Air Force at 19. Found herself working on Chinook helicopters with dreams of traveling the world. 6 years later, she was having an operation to amputate her left leg after a seemingly innocuous training injury became an irreversible severe nerve condition. Just wonderful to see her here, out here. And she hopes, the chance to walk again on a prosthetic limb. And part of why she's here is continuing her to hope to be able to do that.
It's been such a big thing for her to return to competitive sport. She describes herself as somebody who has always been sports mad, and she has said, it's like a fire has been reignited inside of me being part of this Invictus Games team. She's so delighted to be part of a team again. The first competitor in the women's intermediate advanced IAS-1 sit ski competition, Stacey Mitchell representing Team UK.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
competitors do have several seconds to begin the race after the word go, taking all the time that they need.
And away she goes, picking up speed. Good first couple of turns. Very steady as she continues to round here. Very smooth.
This has been a lovely run from Stacey Mitchell of Team UK. She comes across the line in a factored time of 36.87 seconds. A most impressive beginning to this competition.
Yes, that's really incredible. And in this category, IA6-1, there are the subcategories within it. And for her IAS-16, it is 100% time factoring. And the skiers in this category do have full trunk, shoulder, and arm movement and more than moderate limb function. And so they're able to balance without using their outriggers. And so examples of this: lower limb amputations, low lumbar, level spinal cord injuries.
Second competitor now on the course. She is Adria Brochu of Canada, a registered nurse and member of the Army from Alberta.
Coming in, it looks like, with a little more speed. And again, excellent turn there. And coming in with quite a good time, 26.57 seconds. That was impeccable from Adria Brochu.
Adria Brochu of Canada coasts into the lead by nearly 10 seconds after a run that really displayed her capability of executing beautiful turns. Real style in the way that she skis.
It really looked like she was able to cut into the ice on those turns, dig in, and really keep that acceleration going.
To Mary Porter of Team US, the retired major from the US Army. Difficulties right at the top of the course for Mary Porter, who is being assisted. They will get her back on her ski.
Yeah, it looked like it was just tied up with.
Just taking time to secure Mary Porter of Team US, an avid skier who has half a century under her belt on the slopes. She said that she took up sit skiing in 2021. She absolutely loves it. She says that it has helped her immensely, changing her life and, in her words, frankly, saving her life after a diagnosis of ALS.
Yeah, she says most people with ALS have only 5 years and deteriorate quickly. They don't do much. I'm going to suck the marrow out of life. I'm excited for the games. I'm working out every day to the best of my ability. When I'm on the snow, I no longer have ALS.
It's a wonderful philosophy to suck the marrow out of life. She says that she's been working out every day to the best of her ability, preparing for this chance to represent the United States once again. A brilliant example of someone who has been unconquered, embodying the philosophy of these Invictus Games is Mary Porter.
Can he drop start her with no push?
She also suffered a training injury in 2013 that led to reconstructive surgery on her right arm. It forced her to take a break from skiing for a few years. But again, one of the most experienced competitors in this field.
They're just getting her set up again.
Get that out of the way, Mary. There you go. That was your mulligan. But it was more the photo
Final checks now for Mary Porter, who will be back on the course imminently.
One of 4 competitors here in the Women's Intermediate Advanced IS-1 sit ski. We will have 7 men following these 4 women in the same category, the Intermediate Advanced IAS-1 sit ski.
They're just looking for the one. You're not going to run the other one in case that happens to someone else. Then we have a replacement.
They're making sure that the course is well prepared before Mary Porter restarts her run. The monoski does tend to shred the snow in a way that standing skiers don't have to deal with. There might be some recombing of the course just below that is happening. This course, 260 meters, and for the intermediate advanced skiers, they have 11 gates to navigate through before crossing the finish line.
And so far today, we've seen some incredible times. Like 11 turns is not nothing. It's quite a few. They're tight together. We've seen some incredible speeds. It has just been a wonderful day, and this is the final day on the mountain before things shift to, we still have a wheelchair rugby upcoming, swimming, and of course this is the first time at the Invictus Games that there are winter adaptive sports, and really 3 amazing days, not just of competition. The weather has been incredible, the sights have been incredible, the spirit has been absolutely incredible here so far at the 2025 Invictus Games in Vancouver and here in Whistler this afternoon.
That's such a good point that you make, Nathan, actually, about the 11 gates, and that's really not nothing. There's such a difference between ski racing and having to maintain the curving line that goes between the gates and, say, recreational skiing, where you can take up the whole width of the piste to make turns if you want to. This is a much more demanding event.
Mm-hmm.
Cleared to start once again, representing the United States of America. Here is retired U.S. Army Major Mary Porter.
And here she goes. She is off.
Oh, that's a much better first turn. Great correction from Mary Porter. Some difficulties once again, although 3 very nice turns executed at the top of this course. This time she has opted to go down with a guide. And she'll be underway once again momentarily. She is someone who absolutely loves the mountains, loves being on snow. She said so poignantly, "When I am on the snow, I no longer have ALS."
As she is back up and picking up speed and coming down to the final few turns. And that is an excellent, excellent finish.
The embodiment of courage and the Invictus spirit, Mary Porter of Team US.
Doesn't that perfectly, just never giving up, fighting through as she crosses the finish line. Unbelievable.
This is the true spirit of Invictus on display at the Alpine ski course at Whistler. All of these competitors have faced extraordinary challenges in their lives. They have been knocked down. They have fallen down. They have gotten back up, and they have finished what they have started. Well done to you, Mary Porter.
And our final competitor in the Women's Intermediate Advanced IAS 1 sit ski from Canada, Janie Duguay. And she's off and away, a gunner then dental technician in the Army.
Lovely smooth technique from Janie Duguay of Canada on this course. Really going onto the edge of her ski to make those turns really smooth. Oh, this is lovely work. And straight across the finish line in a time of 24.76 seconds. That will be the lead for Janie Duguay of Canada.
Absolutely incredible. Picked up at the end. There was a little bit there in that middle where she had to just find her bearing, and then she did, and perfect at the end. Really the final two-thirds, she was flying down there.
We will wait for confirmation of the standings, but that is the provisional gold medal for the Canadian, who served first as a gunner and then a dental technician in the Army. Highly decorated academically is Janie Duguay, and athletically as well. She was nominated for Female Athlete of the Year for her involvement with the National Military Women's Soccer Team in Canada. Among the highlights of her career, she says, was participating in a humanitarian mission in Guatemala with Dentistes Sans Frontières.
And there you have it, Janie Duguay first with a time of 24.76 seconds, taking the gold in the IAS 1 sit ski.
We will move on to the men's competition in the Intermediate Advanced IAS 1 sit ski. 6 competitors in this competition. First up, representing the Republic of Korea, will be Yi Hwang-kyung.
5, 4, 3, 2.
And he is ready to go. Off and away, wearing bib number 79. Great start. He is flying down the course. Excellent turns. Doing this with a boatload of confidence. And finishes with an outstanding time of 19.88 seconds.
Wasn't that brilliant to watch from Yi Hwang-kyung of the Republic of Korea? He has pointed out that there aren't too many disabled veterans participating in winter sports. And here he says he hopes to meet and interact with athletes from various countries and promote the benefits of winter sports and hopefully inspire greater participation from other veterans.
As we take a look at the replay at the end, just flying down and finishes again. He looked like he knows what he's doing and won gold in curling at these Invictus Games as well.
To Israel and Liran Levy.
He's part of the gold medal winning wheelchair basketball team for Israel at these 2025 Invictus Games. That was quite the performance from the Israelis as they defeated Team US in the final in wheelchair basketball. And Levy is out and away. Bit of a hard cut there, but maintained control. And coming down with a good speed. And he beat that 22nd time. Great run.
Another masterful performance from the second competitor in this men's intermediate advanced IAS sit ski competition, Liran Levy representing Israel. And he slides into second place provisionally, 22.47 seconds. This competition is off to a very strong start.
Indeed. Still have 5 more competitors here. Levy's Israeli teammate Ray Naval won bronze in a different category of this Alpine skiing, IAS 2-6. He won a bronze medal. Yes.
5, 4.
From Italy, Giorgio Propilia. He went to the Navy Non-Commissioned Officers School in La Maddalena in Sardinia as a young man.
Not his first Invictus Games, represented Italy at the 2023 Games in Germany.
He does have quite a bit of experience both on the slopes and in the water as a sailor. He's called Invictus a source of energy for him, and that was a very energetic run. He moves into the lead, overtaking Lee Hwang-kyung of the Republic of Korea with a time of 19.33 seconds.
And you saw there, if those are wondering, the time that they do cross is, there's factoring time involved. So right here, Porpilia is an IAS 1.5. His time factoring is 85%. So that is why you see it cut down the time a little bit at the end, and he's able to get a fantastic position here in the sit ski.
To Robert Pullen of Canada, the Army infantryman. He lives in Kelowna, British Columbia, another place where the beauty is just off the charts.
Not far from here, a few hours east in the interior of British Columbia.
You hear the officials urging him to take all the time that he needs to begin this race. He's a highly active, physically fit person.
Deployed in Croatia, and after he got that first push off, he's doing quite well here.
Looking very good. He says that he's really enjoyed reintegrating into many of the activities that he once did. And he is especially grateful to his husband and his military family who have provided support and kept him motivated to embrace life in all of its forms. 24.64, his factored time.
Yeah, he applied for the Invictus Games looking for camaraderie, and no place better than the Invictus Games for that to be on display, to experience that for Robert Pullen.
It's a special kind of rush ski racing as well. Robert Pullen currently in 4th place. Let's take a look back at the final seconds of his run. Wonderful technique on display. Next to compete, representing Team Netherlands, this is Bastian Verdown.
And took a little bit of a spill there. You could see he just turned and tried his best to stay forward, but unfortunately with that kind of 360, then lost his balance. But going to be helped up here is, of the Netherlands, Bastian Verdown.
Every skier knows that feeling of taking the turn and then just having the skis slide out from under you, and you keep turning.
He's back up and well on his way down. Did participate in wheelchair basketball in this Invictus Games for Team Netherlands.
This is such an exciting event. The first time we have had snow sports at the Invictus Games, and it is a factored time of 47.4 seconds for Bastian Verdown of the Netherlands.
Yeah, very controlled at the end after he got back up. It was very smooth to the finish.
Long history in Invictus Games participation in the Netherlands, including hosting in The Hague in 2022. Well, we started with a competitor from the Republic of Korea. It's only fitting we finish with one. Here is Kim Young-min a veteran of the Invictus Games in The Hague in 2022. He was part of the team that represented the Republic of Korea for the first time there.
Excellent turns here. At first, I think a little wide, but now he's a little tighter to those flags and comes in with an excellent factored time of 22.44 seconds for Kim Young-min from the Republic of Korea.
An extremely efficient display for the competitor from the Republic of Korea. And now, the work done, the celebration can begin. Take a bow, Kim Young-min.
And it looks like just barely topping Liren Levy for the bronze medal. We will confirm that. But regardless of whether that is the case for that celebration, there is cause for celebration regardless of his placement.
Sometimes for a competitor at the Invictus Games, it's just getting to the start line that is what matters most. Everything else is icing on the cake or on the snow.
And if he does indeed get that bronze medal position, it would not be his first medal, also on the curling team.
There is the confirmation of the results. The gold medal to Giorgio Propilia of Italy in a blistering 19.33 seconds. Silver and bronze to the Republic of Korea in Lee Hwang-kyung and Kim Young-min. And look at the time difference between gold and silver here. Just
half a second.
Hundredths of a second.
Yeah.
So an incredible morning competition with where we get to have fun out there. We're going to come back with the award ceremonies for the remaining categories in just a few minutes. And then we're going to kick things off with the women's and men's snowboard contest. Starting at 1:45.
Certainly an impressive display from the Republic of Korea. Two more medalists. And really from all of it. For two of the competitors here, sub 20 seconds, and almost all of them sub 25. Quite the display here on day 4 of the Invictus Games.
Republic of Korea having quite an Invictus Games, having taken the first gold medal in wheelchair curling on night 1 of competition. In the men's intermediate advanced IAS 3 category for visually impaired skiers, Mark Abel of Team UK, sole competitor. And in the men's intermediate advanced IAS 2 standing ski, what an amazing race that was. Davide Nadai of Italy taking gold.
That time of 15.85 seconds, absolutely unbelievable.
In the men's intermediate advanced IAS 4 open and MFI category, it was Poland. Top of the podium, Sebastian Starocka. An amazing run. And a well-deserved gold medal to him.
And a lot of competitors in the open category, over 50. And again, looking at those times, just how tight they are all the way through. So many competitors in this men's intermediate advanced IAS 4 open category. So many impressive times.
We saw some wonderful performances, and really one of the best things about it all was the jubilation of everyone, really everyone, as they crossed the finish line. In the women's intermediate advanced IAS 4, it was Assunta Aquino of Canada taking the gold medal over Jacqueline Marty of Team USA. Assunta Aquino, a British Columbia-based skier, had rather a short commute to work compared to many of the other competitors here. And a gold medal for Canada as a result. In the women's intermediate advanced IAS 1 sit ski, Janie Duguay of Canada on the podium in first place, and Adria Brochu earning a silver medal as well. Stacey Mitchell of Team UK with the bronze. In the men's intermediate advanced IAS 1 sit ski, Giorgio Propilia of Italy topping the podium and 2 competitors from the Republic of Korea with silver and bronze.
And that is all the alpine skiing from today's competition, but of course there is still snowboarding to come in both men's and women's categories. But again, the alpine skiing absolutely incredible so far here in all of those categories that we just saw.
The race is concluded. It is almost time for the medal ceremonies in alpine skiing. We will endeavor to bring you those in just a few moments' time. It is now time for the medal ceremony in alpine skiing at these Invictus Games Vancouver Whistler 2025.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles du ski alpin, femme intermédiaire avancée, IAS1 ski assis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate with us the medal ceremony for Alpine Skiing Women's Intermediate Advanced AIS1 Sit Ski.
This is the medal ceremony for women's alpine skiing in the Intermediate Advanced IAS1 Sit Ski category.
Les médailles seront remises par
the medals will be presented by
the presentation party,
Chief Inclusion Officer Tech, Joanna Roper, British Ambassador to the Netherlands,
and this was the competition that we just saw, the women's intermediate advanced IAS1 sit ski. Two Canadians on this podium.
George Continenusco, Executive Vice President and Chief Transformation Officer at
Stacey
ACTO.
Mitchell from the UK.
And Nick Booth, True Patriot Love CEO.
médaillé de bronze représentant le Royaume-Uni.
Bronze medalist representing the UK, Stacey Mitchell.
Stacey Mitchell has done a lot of things over her career. She has worked on Chinook helicopters. She has traveled the world. She joined the RAF at 19. She's competed in numerous sports, but this is her first time winning an individual medal at the Invictus Games. The bronze medal to Stacey Mitchell of Team UK in the women's alpine skiing intermediate advanced sit ski category.
Silver medalist representing Canada, Adria Brochu.
A registered Army nurse representing Canada, Adria Brochu, is an Invictus Games silver medalist. She completed the course in 26.57 seconds, an extraordinary feat. She says she feels incredibly grateful for the opportunity to serve not only her country, but also the needs of vulnerable people facing insurmountable challenges. The silver medal to Adria Brochu of Canada.
Médaillée d'or et championne des Jeux Invictus, représentant le Canada.
Gold medalist and Invictus Games champion representing Canada, Jeannie Duguay.
What a competitor. Jeannie Duguay of Canada, who completed this course in 24.76 seconds to become a champion of the Invictus Games. It is yet another accomplishment in the momentous career of this gunner and dental technician of the Canadian Army. The gold medal to Jeannie Duguay of Canada in the women's alpine skiing intermediate advanced IAS1 sit ski category. The medalists: gold to Jeannie Duguay of Canada, silver to Adria Brochu of Canada, and bronze to Stacey Mitchell of Team UK. Magnificent work by all.
Got to make sure you get the photo op with all three together, and love that the Canadian flag draped between both of the Canadian medalists.
A portrait of unity.
Yes.
What a lovely exchange between Janie Duguay and Adria Brochu.
Of course, Canada, the first nation to host for the second time at the Invictus Games after Toronto hosted in 2017.
Canada really excelling on the snow in alpine skiing, as one might expect. But we've also seen gold medals from several other countries, including Poland. Wonderful display by them. And coming up in just a few minutes, we will have the medal ceremony for the men's intermediate advanced IAS 1 sit ski competition. That competition won by Giorgio Propilia of Italy, Yi Hwan-kyung of the Republic of Korea, and his teammate Kim Young-min in silver and bronze medal positions.
Yes, that was the race that really, between gold and silver, so close, well under less than a second. It was down to tenths of a second between Propilia and Hwang Young. It really does sound and seem like it's a party down there at Whistler.
That expansive plaza. There are many cafes and restaurants right there. You can literally ski down to the end, take off your skis, walk about 10 steps, and go have your après-ski. There's always a tremendous ambiance with music, with people who are just thrilled to be in the mountains. And given the landscapes that we see, how could you not be? It's a very special place.
This is hard to beat, as is the weather. Again, the mixture of blue skies, a sunny day, but it is cold enough as you would want it to be for the skiing competition. And as mentioned, coming up very shortly is the men's intermediate advanced IAS 1 sit ski medal ceremony.
Always good times at Whistler. Always. Afternoon in Whistler Village at the base of the Excalibur chair. One of about 3 ski lifts in the close proximity that takes skiers and snowboarders high up onto the mountain. They can access literally hundreds of kilometers of trails, all for varying levels, from the easy green paths to double black diamonds. Whistler has it all.
et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles du ski alpin homme intermédiaire avancé IASE.
It is now time for the medal ceremony. The men's intermediate advanced IAS1 sit ski. Two members of the Republic of Korea making the podium, as well as Giorgio Perpiglia of Italy. You see there in the middle wearing bib number 82.
The medals will be presented by Jackie Scales, Chief Inclusion Officer at Tech.
Jaffe Scales, Chief Inclusion Officer at Tech, will be part of the medal presentation, along with Joanna Roper, British Ambassador to the Netherlands, and Adam Betty, President at ATCO Structures. So the bronze medal in the men's intermediate advanced IAS1 sit ski from the Republic of Korea. Youngmin Kim, with a time of 22.44 seconds. He is your bronze medalist. They're proudly displaying the flag.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant Corée.
The silver
Silver medalist,
medalist,
Lee Kwang-kyung.
Yi Hwang-young from the Republic of South Korea. The time of 19.88 seconds. Easily could have been good enough for the gold, and he is your silver medalist in Alpine Skiing Men's Intermediate Advanced IAS1 Sit Ski. And there is your gold medalist, Giorgio Perpiglia from Italy. The gold medalist in Men's Intermediate Advanced IAS1 Sit Ski, with a fabulous, fabulous time of 19.33 seconds. A moment he surely will never forget. Giorgio Perpiglia from Italy, gold medal in Alpine Skiing in the men's intermediate advanced IAS1 sit ski. And there are all three of your medalists from this event. Italy with the gold, the Republic of Korea with silver and bronze. So for both of those gentlemen from the Republic of Korea, multiple medals here at the 2025 Invictus Games, both here in Alpine Skiing and in wheelchair curling, which took place on day one. Nothing but smiles. Wonderful to see.
See you next Invictus.
Just great to see. It's something I think a lot of the athletes put, that they look forward to meeting athletes from other nations and getting to know them and talking to them, talking about their struggles. And I just heard him say, see you at the next Invictus Games. Coming up next, we will have the medal ceremony for the men's intermediate advanced IAS4 Open and MFI.
et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles du ski alpin, hommes intermédiaires avancés, IAS4 ouvert et MMI. Ladies and gentlemen,
The medal ceremony is now beginning in alpine skiing for the men's intermediate advanced IAS 4 open and MFI category. The gold medalist, Sebastian Starocka from Poland, flanked by Dan Holmstad of Denmark and Mark Beer of Canada.
I just love what Mark Beer put down. If you're in terms of an inspirational quote, if you're going through hell, keep going. And here, an example of that perseverance here, a bronze medalist at the Invictus Games in his home country of Canada.
And Nick Booth, True Patriot Love CEO.
médaillé de bronze représentant le Canada.
Bronze medalist representing Canada, Mark Beer.
The bronze medal awarded to Mark Beer of Canada, the retired Army logistics officer from Edmonton. And this is a man who did everything he could to support the Winter Olympics in Vancouver and Whistler in 2010. Could he have dreamed that today he would be an Invictus Games medalist? The bronze medal to Mark Beer of Canada.
Médaillé d'argent représentant le Danemark.
Silver medalist representing Denmark, Dan Holmstad.
The silver medal is won by Dan Holmstad of Denmark. He came to the Invictus Games because he wanted to fight for his country again and be part of something bigger than himself. He wants to inspire his children to believe that you can achieve anything if you set your mind to it. Well, he has done just that. The silver medal to Dan Holmstad of Denmark.
Médaillé d'or et champion des Jeux Invictus représentant la Pologne.
Gold medalist and Invictus Games champion representing Poland, Sebastian Starocka.
Step forward, Sebastian Starocka. You are an Invictus Games champion. A specialist in reconnaissance and sniper tactics associated with the 25th Air Cavalry Brigade for most of his service. He served multiple times in Iraq and Afghanistan. His journey has brought him here to Whistler and a gold medal in alpine skiing in the men's intermediate advanced IAS 4 open and MFI category. The medalists, gold to Sebastian Starocka of Poland, silver to Dan Holmstad of Denmark, and bronze to Mark Beer of Canada. A bronze medal won on the day 15 years after the opening ceremonies of Vancouver Whistler 2010, the Olympic Games. Three extraordinary men, one extraordinary event. Congratulations to all of the alpine skiing medalists at these Invictus Games, and congratulations to all of the competitors. Sometimes it is just getting to the starting line at all that is the victory. Coming up in just a moment, the victory ceremony for the women's intermediate advanced IAS 4 category. Do stay with us.
et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles du ski alpin, femmes intermédiaires avancées, IA, S4 ouvert et MFT.
It is time now for the medal ceremony. The women's intermediate advanced IAS4 Open. 3 women from 3 different nations. Samantha May of the UK, Jacqueline Marty of the US, and Assunta Aquino of Canada. All with splendid times in this competition. Samantha May on the right from the UK, Jacqueline Marty on the left from the US, and Assunta Aquino from Canada, who had a time of sub 20 seconds, 18.03 seconds. Absolutely fabulous. The top time here in the women's intermediate advanced IAS4 Open. Starting with the bronze from the UK, Samantha May, the 30-year-old, a squadron leader in the Royal Air Force, always wanted to join the armed forces, actually currently holds the military pole vault record. And a fabulous time here of 21.16 seconds in Alpine skiing at the 2025 Invictus Games. Actually still serving as an emergency medicine doctor. Heard about the Invictus Games, applied and made the 2025 team, describes the journey as being something she's really needed. The silver medalist in the women's intermediate advanced IAS4 Alpine skiing from the United States, Jacqueline Marty, retired colonel in the U.S. Air Force, actually the co-captain of this U.S. team. Throughout her recovery, she's not only focused on her own progress, but also on mentoring and supporting other wounded warriors. Your silver medalist, Jacqueline Marty, in Alpine skiing, the women's intermediate advanced IAS4 Open category. And your gold medalist from Canada, winning gold in her home country. In fact, not very far from her home in North Vancouver, Assunta Aquino, the retired combat engineer, is your gold medalist. Was deployed overseas in the former Yugoslavia. Very grateful for her husband, children, and for her service in the military, which has blessed her with friends across the globe, moral compass, and a wild ride, she says. And while this adds to that, winning a gold medal here at home in the women's intermediate advanced IAS4 in Alpine skiing. And there are your 3 medalists. Bronze, Samantha May from the UK on the right. On the left, Jacqueline Marty from the US, and Assunta Aquino of Canada taking the gold medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, that officially wraps up the ski event, the Alpine Skiing Event. Come to a close out of here, but Randy.
And that will do it for the Alpine skiing competition. They had 6 different categories of competition and the medal ceremonies for each as well. And that means coming up shortly, snowboarding will be coming up in a little bit, but first we will take a look back at what was quite a lot of competition here in the Alpine skiing at the 2025 Invictus Games. Again, 6 different categories. Some awesome performances, starting with Mark Abel in the men's intermediate advanced IS3 visually impaired, the only one to compete in that, had a fabulous time with 20.16 seconds.
In the men's intermediate advanced IAS2 standing ski, Davide Nadai of Italy, absolutely unbeatable with a time sub 16 seconds.
And in the men's intermediate advanced IAS4 open, Sebastian Starotska, the gold medal winner, with a time of 17.09 seconds. And again, this was that big field with over 50 competitors and some unbelievable times throughout a lot of that lineup. But Starotska, the gold from Poland, Holmstad from Denmark, the silver, and Mark Beer from Canada, the bronze.
Very tight competition this. Looking at the times, you see how incremental the margins of victory really were.
Fractions of a second is what it comes down to.
And in the women's intermediate advanced IAS4 open category, Assunta Aquino of British Columbia performing wonderfully, taking the gold medal over Jacqueline Marty of Team US and Samantha May of Team UK by more than a second.
In the women's intermediate advanced IS1, the sit ski, just 4 competitors, but Canada on the podium twice, taking home the gold and silver. Jamie Duguay with a time of 24.76 seconds was the top time.
In men's intermediate advanced IAS1, the sit ski category, no one was able to dislodge Giorgio Propilia of Italy from the top spot after his run, 19.33 seconds, his winning time. 2 members of the team from the Republic of Korea on the podium in silver and bronze. And let us take a look back at the wonderful scenes of competition here.
Welcome one and all to the lovely setting of Whistler, to the Invictus Games of 2025, the first ever winter sports edition. And my goodness me, it's lived up to pre-match billing. Wonderful entertainment that we're being treated to. The Alpine skiing has concluded, but the snowboarding is shortly to begin. Great crowd gathered around the plaza to just soak up the atmosphere, not just to see the performances, but to see the competitors, to meet them, to be part of their journey. Friends from all over the world meeting in this lovely setting. It is cold, but it is warm at the same time. Blythe Lawrence alongside me, and a treat now as we move from alpine skiing to snowboarding.
And move is the opposite word, because the differences in technique between skiing and snowboarding are quite interesting. Even if you come from a skiing background, moving over to snowboarding can be quite challenging. And the reason is because as a skier, you are generally facing downhill. Well, as a snowboarder, you've got to face the hill side on. It's a much different form of movement, and it can take some getting used to, again, even for experienced skiers.
Some of the competitors that you're about to watch in these snowboarding competitions, very experienced. Some are less experienced, they've just made it into the intermediate to advanced categories. The novice events took place yesterday on the slopes of Whistler, but now we have the intermediate and advanced competitors. But there is a difference between just about being an intermediate competitor and being an advanced competitor. For every single one of them that actually makes it to the start line here, it's an enormous accomplishment, and we will see quite a different level of skill as expected, because there are some that we're about to witness who've been doing this for a very long time, some of them before an accident or an illness. For some of them, snowboarding has been part of a recovery journey and is something that they've really only spent a couple of weeks or so doing. So for every single Invictus Games competitor, they are starting from a different sort of start line. Yes, they're all going to the same place here, tackling the same course, but in a more nuanced way, everyone's own starting position a little different and equally worthy of celebration.
Absolutely. And you said it very well, that there is a difference between an intermediate advanced competitor who has spent, say, maybe 10 days on a mountain preparing for this, and an intermediate advanced competitor who has been snowboarding for 10 years. But what the organizers have required here is simply 8 days or more in order to qualify for the intermediate advanced category. So we might have some disparity in level, but then again, maybe not. Everyone in the alpine skiing event, whether they had been a skier or not, looked very comfortable on this course. 260 meters from start to end and several gates to navigate.
Yes, there really was a secure feeling to the performances that we had the pleasure of witnessing. It was a pleasure to witness in the alpine skiing events. The resilience, the determination of all of these Invictus Games competitors, whatever level that they take to the slopes, is they've gone for it. They've given us something really exciting to watch. Now we are waiting to get underway. That is Jeffrey Becker, for example, of Canada, retired combat engineer from the Army. Lives in British Columbia, from Port Moody originally. And such an important part of the Invictus journey, those who have journeyed with the competitors. This is their games too.
Oh, yes. And so many of these competitors credit their family, their friends, their husbands, their wives, their children as really being part of Team Them, whoever they are. And so many people say that they are doing this not only for themselves, but also for everyone who has helped them along the way getting to the starting gate here.
And I think at this time it's really important to say a huge well done to the organising committee of these games, and actually to the folk that have superintended this particular competition, because it was several years ago that it was first proposed to them that they host the skiing and snowboarding events here, and it didn't take long for a decision to be made that yes, this is absolutely something we can do. We're going to find a way to make it work. We're going to welcome everyone, whether they're novices, whether they're intermediate, whether they're advanced, whatever their level of skill is. What has struck me throughout these games is those officials on the course. They have officiated as they should, by the book, by the rules. They've done it with a smile. They've done it with heart, with compassion, with warmth. They have been there to, in some cases, literally pick up a competitor, in most cases to metaphorically pick them up, to just be there to encourage, to support, to say, we believe in you, you can do this, to issue the right words just before they actually get started. On the subject of getting started, we are close to the beginning of the action. So we've got a few different categories to come in our coverage of the snowboarding competitions this afternoon. We'll tackle them all one at a time, tell you a little bit more about the nature of those categories. And we'll do the most exciting bit of all, which is to bring you the stories of these Invictus competitors, some of whom really want their stories to be told, some of whom prefer the stories to be a more personal thing for themselves. We share with you only information that the competitors have chosen to share with us publicly as part of their own Invictus journey, because it is vital that they have agency over their story. And they're going to demonstrate mastery of that course in just a moment. I always think, Blythe, one of the most beguiling things, almost misleading things about ski racing and snowboard racing. Television has a wonderful ability to help you see the entire course, and it always looks as though it's not quite as steep as it actually is. Once you get there and you stand there, I've had the pleasure of walking, you know, from top to bottom of an Olympic Winter Games course in snowboarding. It is steep.
Very steep, especially at the top of this course as the competitors begin this 260-meter descent towards the finish line. It's deceptively steep, and right now it's in shadow because the sun's at a slightly different angle in the sky as it was a few hours ago, which just bathed the course in sunlight. So these competitors, as they go down navigating each of these turns, they might have sort of flashes where the sun gets into their eyes a little bit and then they're plunged back into shadow. It's going to be a nuanced challenge for many of them.
As soon as you push through that gate, and then you're going to stop thinking about everything else, okay? It's going to be awesome. You're going to... Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so excited to watch you go down bus. Team New Zealand, I'm ready. Let's go.
So, broadcast is having an issue, so they're pausing for 2 minutes.
Oh, I don't mind they don't video me. That's all right. You know what? I'm going to come and chill next to you then.
Well, there is exactly like what we were talking about, that brilliant sense of support of those who are there, part of the Invictus journey. Snowboarding at Vancouver Whistler 2025 and the Invictus Games. The first appearance of snowboarding, indeed of all winter sports, at the Invictus Games. And my word, what a setting for it. This is Whistler, a place that hosted events at the Olympic Winter Games of 2010, and we are 15 years to the day since the opening ceremony of those games. We've actually had competitors winning a medal today who were part of the armed forces that made those games happen for Canada. There is a beautiful sense of a debt being repaid, of them having their chance to be in the spotlight, of their time to be on the podium, as they created that opportunity for the elite athletes of the world. Now the world celebrates them. The world says, thank you, let's give you something right now.
It is one of the iconic Olympic venues, one of the iconic resorts in North America for skiing and snowboarding and all kinds of winter sport.
You know, the word iconic is so easily used, and it's so hard to earn, and Whistler's actually earned it, hasn't it? It's genuinely one of those places that is more than just a venue for winter sports. It is a cultural hub, and we also must always remind ourselves it's on the unceded territories of the Lil'wat Nation and the Squamish Nation, who've lived on these lands since time immemorial, and we are gifted the opportunity to be here.
So it's only over there. One, right, Alana. My turn. Let's do
That's Alana Blackman of the New Zealand Army. The Women's Intermediate Advanced ISB 5 competition is going to start. And this is so special, by the way, because Alana Blackman is not the only one from the family competing in this event. In a couple of competitors' time, her wife is also going to be going down this course. This is Alana Blackman of the New Zealand Army.
The competitors need to follow the marked blue lines on this course, successfully navigating around each of these barriers. Alana Blackman looks very steady so far. She's shifting her weight from one side of the board to the other. Really quite textbook snowboard technique.
That is a lovely beginning. Always exciting when the first competitor goes down the course and sets a time that really encourages the rest to deliver their best work. And one of the rest is going to be her own wife, Buffy Little. Buffy Little, nursing officer in the Army, is coming up in a couple of competitors' time. This, by the way, is an all-Oceania category. New Zealand and Australia alternating. So no sporting rivalry there at all then. Dr. Katie Chapman joined the Army Reserves of Australia in 2001, medically discharged in 2018. Done some phenomenal work for her country.
And doing some phenomenal work on this run as well. Really nice use of her shoulders and her right arm, steadying her as she navigates these turns.
Snowboarding very much a main sport for Dr. Chapman, and that is crystal clear. Oh yes, that was wonderful. Currently works as a junior medical doctor. She said that she wasn't sure if she would actually make it to the Games due to the physical and psychological challenges of the entire process. Well, thank goodness that she did make it to the Games. That was a joy to watch, Blythe.
That was just a brilliant run from Dr. Katie Chapman. And very much part of the snowboarding ethos, a little bit of showboating just at the finish.
Snowboarding after all. She's into the gold medal position, by the way, 22.15 seconds. Nursing officer Buffy Little of New Zealand, whose wife Alana Blackman got the entire competition started. They actually met through an Army football team in 2014. They said it wasn't love at first sight. It really wasn't. They had an argument midway through the match and had to be separated by the referee. By the way, they were on the same team on that occasion. So that gives you an indication of their competitive spirit. A little while later, they met each other, fell in love. They have beaten breast cancer 3 times as a couple. And Buffy Little actually met Prince Harry in 2023 and had a chat with him about the side effects of having too many energy drinks when she was competing at the last Invictus Games. She felt she had some unfinished business after the first Games, and now she's here with her wife, who was cheering her on in Dusseldorf, and now is actually competing with her. What an effort this is from nursing officer Buffy Little of the New Zealand Army. Super stuff. Comes in with a time of 51.72 seconds. Goes into the provisional bronze medal position. And my goodness, what a special moment there. The two of them, Alana Blackman, wife Buffy Little, on the podium together as things stand. That's Invictus through and through. Cindy Shawner from Australia, 59. She says on some days she identifies as 104. Beautifully put. She and husband Terry, almost in her words, empty nesters. There's 6 children, becoming adults. Mia, the youngest, in her 3rd year at university.
Now, for some competitors, this might be a daunting course, but she is handling things incredibly well. She said when she got the email that she was selected for the Invictus Games, she was at first incredibly excited, and then she realized that she had signed up for skeleton, and maybe after the Whistler Sliding Center and what she did a few days ago, this is really no problem at all.
Yes, she looks so calm there, coming across in 29.25 seconds. That goes into the bronze medal position. Fabulous. Before her time in the Air Force, she was an early childhood teacher in the Northern Territory of Australia. Had no confidence for sport, as you said, Blythe, until Invictus, despite it being a big part of her youth. She was a very good equestrian when she was younger. This is the final competitor in the Women's Intermediate Advanced ISB 5 Open and MFI category from the New Zealand Navy, Tyler Marie Gray. Her Invictus debut, she felt that applying for this would give her a sense of closure, that it would help her heal and help her come to terms with everything. Good luck to New Zealand Navy's Tyler Marie Gray, the final competitor in the Women's Intermediate Advanced ISB 5.
The top part of the course really is intimidating because it is deceptively steep. She opted to stay a bit on the back of her board, just like we're seeing there, controlling her speed, making sure that she's feeling comfortable as she navigates the turns.
Snowboarding is an incredibly difficult thing to do. You wouldn't know it to watch these competitors. They are handling it superbly. Real control, real calmness, real skill, real accomplishment. Tyler Marie Gray of New Zealand. Time of 38.87 seconds. That will go into fourth position. Oh, look at that. Every single one of them. Alana Blackman, Dr. Katie Chapman, Buffy Little, Cindy Shawner, Tyler Marie Gray. Australia and New Zealand sporting rivalries. Invictus friendships. Don't feel like rivals at the moment, do they? All one family here at the Games. We have a look back.
Again, in the early seconds of this run, she really held back a bit, but it set her up so well for the bottom of the course and this wonderfully exuberant finish for Tyler Marie Gray.
She talks about how much she was looking forward to putting herself outside of her comfort zone and to the team environment. Well, they looked, all five of them, like a team at the end there. The classified results in the Women's Intermediate Advanced ISB 5 Open and MFI snowboarding competition at the Invictus Games. It is bronze for Cindy Shawner of Australia, the silver medal to Alana Blackman of New Zealand, the gold medal won by Dr. Katie Chapman of Australia. And how wonderful it is that after supporting her wife Buffy Little at the Games in Dusseldorf, now Alana Blackman will be on an Invictus podium in an event that she had the opportunity to contest with her wife.
Here is the start list for snowboarding in the Men's Intermediate Advanced ISB 5 Open and MFI category. First down the course will be Team US's Michael Murphy, a retired staff sergeant in the U.S. Army. He'll be followed by his teammate, Harley Megley, a Petty Officer Second Class in the U.S. Special Operations Command. So many competitors have leaped at the opportunity to do snowboarding at these Invictus Games. The very first time, we remind you, that winter sports have been contested at this wonderful event.
A little bit of a build-up here, so you feel that in the feet. Powder? Yeah, once you get over that, it'll flatten out.
Michael Murphy of Team US left visually impaired in December of 2018 after an airfield accident in Greece. He's a former drone operator, and he channeled his energy, he said, into adaptive sports. He's determined to push his limits and redefine what is possible for someone in his circumstances. Being led down this course by a guide.
And doing very well here. You can see smooth, just making sure arms out, staying straight. And that's great for Michael Murphy, who said, being on Team US is an honor for me. What is most important is the brotherhood and sisterhood of Invictus.
A brilliant first run in the men's intermediate advanced ISB 5 snowboarding competition. And that is the spirit of these games. A magnificent accomplishment for Michael Murphy of the United States of America. He said that the Warrior Games was actually his first glimpse of hope as a blind adaptive athlete. After his injury, he felt that he had no future. He was confined to his home, and now he's competing in cycling, swimming, track, and snowboarding.
Just simply unbelievable. Also said, when he's around other athletes like him, he doesn't feel blind.
Michael Murphy sets the standard in men's snowboarding with a time of 29.56 seconds.
And we'll see him yet again at these games. He'll also be competing in the indoor rowing and swimming. Next up, Harley Megley from the United States. Actually a gold medalist in the skeleton the other day.
Well, his Invictus Games has gotten off to a very nice start. He is currently Petty Officer Second Class in the U.S. Special Operations Command. 14 years of service.
Someone not a stranger to winning medals. 12 medals in the 2023 Warrior Games, another 7 at the 2024 Games.
Doing a nice job handling this course, really putting it all out there. And it was just the gate that clipped his potential, his speed. It's not going to hamper his time too much, though. He got right back up onto his feet.
Yes, absolutely. You could tell he was coming with a lot of speed, and he just knew it. He kind of, when he clipped it a little bit, he got up and said, oh, just unfortunate, but clearly he knew exactly what he was doing, and given that he had a fall within that, that's a very, very impressive time of still sub 30 seconds, even with the fall.
To Australia, and Corporal Jason Marsh of Adelaide. Veteran of overseas deployments to the Solomon Islands, East Timor, and twice to Afghanistan.
And he's off and away. Good start. Definitely with a good amount of speed, yet still under control. This is looking excellent so far. I think we're going to have a new leader, and by quite a bit. 24.25 seconds for Jason Marsh of Australia.
What a run for Jason Marsh. He does have a background in snowboarding, and he said he was so relieved to be selected for Team Australia for this Invictus Games. This was something he felt he needed as much as he wanted.
Good job. Fabulous job. New leader. More than 5 seconds faster than the first couple of competitors. Next up, you're looking there at bib number 99, worn by Corey Harrison of Canada. Royal Canadian Artillery, served there in that position in the Army for 22 years. Actually lives across the country on the other side in Fredericton, New Brunswick.
Corey Harrison says that he is grateful to his wife and his kids for their support. He said that he's been very proud to safeguard the freedom and well-being of the Canadian populace after deployments overseas, including in Afghanistan. And this is a very nice looking run, isn't it, Nathan?
Very, very promising, and it's going to be tight, almost taking top spot, but it will be second for now by less than a second, a time of 24.78 seconds. And a spill at the end, looked like it was almost on purpose. Well done from Corey Harrison of Canada.
Currently leading Jason Marsh of Australia, but just behind him, this man, Corey Harrison. Back up to the top of the slope, and Jean-Bernard Mathieu from Belgium. He comes from Namur, the capital of Wallonia, a town that is as strong as he is. Already a silver medalist in the Invictus Games in 2023 in Dusseldorf. He won that as part of the 4x100 meter relay team.
And here, looking very controlled. Good cut there. Just a reminder that even though this is the intermediate advanced, maybe only it's 8 days or more, and that was very, very well done. Almost topping that 30 seconds.
Oh, didn't he do well to keep his balance right at the end there? He was just on the lip of the board. Jean-Bernard Mathieu says his big goal is to get a picture with Prince Harry holding the photos of 3 comrades who fell when a mine exploded on them in Somalia in 1992. He does this in their memory. To Alexander Foxy Gare of Australia, the 43-year-old from New South Wales, longtime member of the Royal Australian Artillery, a gunner.
Yeah, joined in 2002. And again, looking here, very good.
Just left to right, back to front on the board. And that's a successful run for Alexander Gare of Australia. Both of his sons are exceptional rugby league players. They also do touch football. They have represented Sydney regionally. He himself was an ice hockey player growing up, so someone used to winter sports.
He actually didn't think he had made the team. He was waiting for the bad news call, as he said. And obviously, he is very much a part of this Australian team, and a strong run of 26.67 seconds.
Okay, you got this whenever you're ready. Are you left or forward?
Next up is the Israeli Leo Glicksman. And on the final day of this Invictus Games will be the indoor rowing competition, which he will be a part of. Time to beat is 24.25 seconds.
At the mark set by Jason Marsh of Australia. Here goes Leo Glicksman. Looking confident on the board, backwards and then forwards, using the edges to make the turns.
And he's going to be close to that time, a couple of seconds. About a second shy of the podium, but still very impressive run nonetheless. Splendid run from Leo Glicksman of Israel.
I can give your hands to get to there.
Next up, you're looking at Kyle Burgess of the United Kingdom, the 30-year-old. Has served in the Army since 2012. been deployed to Northern Ireland, Cyprus, and Lithuania during his time. And he is off and away. A good quick start.
Oh, very rapid indeed. This is experience coming through. Really one of the competitors who has looked the most comfortable so far. The arms come up and just a little bobble before the end, but I don't think that's going to affect him. A factored time of 20.64 seconds. That is the lead for Kyle Burgess, and by 6 seconds, 4 seconds even.
Absolutely extraordinary run. That was tremendous. The speed and control at times it didn't look like complete control, and yet that is just how fast he went down. Almost sub 20 seconds, 20.64 for Kyle Burgess of the UK. It is the leader, and as you mentioned, Blythe, by quite a margin.
Oh, that was incredible to watch.
Dane Greenstreet of Australia just getting set. The 42-year-old enlisted in the Australian Army as a Marine specialist back in March of 2000. And he has begun. He did do a 10-day snowboarding camp in Colorado a couple of years ago. I think you can tell.
That experience is definitely showing here. It's a very composed presentation from Dane Greenstreet. He says he played rugby and cricket as a youngster, but in his 40s he started playing Aussie rules cricket. Nice time, 26.26 seconds.
We'll say hi to his parents, brother, and best mate watching from home, Dane Greenstreet of Australia.
Okay. See those big inflatable poles? Let's go.
Yes. The Canadian Jeffrey Becker.
Makes sense.
Very excited, as he should be, with the big beard and the combat engineer. Served in the Army.
Yeah, I'm just going to go through
Lives not far from here, Port Moody, Metro Vancouver area.
Yeah, I want you to spit as many people in that crowd as you can.
All right, let's do it.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go, Jeff.
How does the countdown work? You're going to just say go, or is it like a 5 down?
Jeffrey Becker of Canada in the starting gate, receiving some last-minute instruction. He says that his motivation to apply for the games was due to one of his personal rehab goals, which was snowboarding.
Very, very good start. It's funny, he was just asking about how the start worked, but he looks like a pro heading down the hill. Great time of 22.36 seconds. That is the second best time of the day for Jeffrey Becker from Canada.
And wasn't that fun to watch?
What a great course.
Once he heard that the Invictus Games were going to be here in Whistler, he said that he wanted to be involved in any capacity. Do you think that he could have pictured himself doing that, finishing with a flourish?
Hands in the air, well earned.
3, 2, 1, go.
This is Jonathan Green of Team US, the retired Senior Master Sergeant in the US Air Force. This is his first outing with the Air Force Wounded Warrior program, and he says that he looks forward to showcasing what adaptive sports can do as part of the recovery process. He's doing quite a lot on this course.
He had a really good start and almost lost his balance a couple of times, yet finishes with a very strong time, just out of medal contention, but 25.07 seconds as he falls into the finish after pops right back up. Great run from John Guerin of the United States.
That will put him comfortably into the top 10 so far.
27 winners here.
He says that representing Team US is an honor that he will cherish forever.
Also terrifying.
Just a little terrifying as well.
For the 39-year-old Stephen Hooper of the UK, team captain. But of course, he will conquer this. He's also part of Team UK in Dusseldorf in 2023.
Stephen Hooper has a very nice run going here. Transitioning back onto the board and then to the forward position. Really good technique.
And he will finish with a time of 25.51 seconds, which again is comfortably in that top 10, nearly top 5 of all the competitors so far. Well done.
There is nothing like the feeling of doing a wonderful run down a mountain.
Next up from Australia, Ty King, the 39-year-old, joined the Australian Army in 2008 and graduated the Australian Army Catering Corps after that. Actually a big distance runner, says distance running has been hugely important for him.
Team sports has been so important to him throughout his life. This is really his first foray into an individual sport. Played Aussie rules football for quite a lot of his life. And here at Whistler, he's being supported by his children, 4 of them, and his wife.
Very controlled coming down, making sure he hits each turn. And finishes with a time of 35.85 seconds for Ty King from Australia. I almost feel like now it's required to a little spill at the end just for extra drama. Love it with the arms in the air from Ty King.
Laura? Not yet.
Tomasz Józefek of Poland. He has served in the Army, a soldier of the 19th Self-Propelled Artillery Division, and a veteran of an Afghanistan campaign. He sees his participation here as a great honor and distinction. And he says it's been a source of enormous motivation. Poland already has a gold medal in alpine skiing. What can he do here?
He sure looked ready to go, and it is indeed a great start. Coming down with a lot of speed, trying to stay in control off those turns, and he's able to do so far. I think we might have an interesting finish. Sub 24, 23.49 seconds. That is good enough as of now for the bronze medal for Tomasz Józefek of Poland.
He seemed to know it as he came across the line, those arms pumping in jubilation.
The time to beat right now is a very impressive 20.64 seconds from Kyle Burgess of the United Kingdom.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Here is Stephen Gauthier of Canada, retired Army infantryman, born and lives in Quebec.
Very well so far.
He absolutely loves sport, and it was that love of sport that inspired him to apply for these games.
Another sub 24 not quite in third, but it is the fourth best time so far. There will be 27 total competitors in this men's intermediate advanced ISB 5. And we're more than halfway. We've had 15 so far. That is a very good run, just outside medal contention for the Canadian.
Bib number 111.
Half a second. Less than half a second outside that medal contention. Very, very impressive.
Do you want him up there? Of course. Yep. Okay.
Greg Carter of New Zealand in his Invictus Games debut, served in the Navy, and he's ready to go.
Yep. Are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 1.
And off and away he goes. It looked like for a second might lose his balance. He maintains control. And a good start for sure.
Well, there was that little moment where he looked like he might be thrown off balance, but he has really regained his composure. Nice carving down at the bottom of the path.
Excellent. Finishing with a time of 25.11 seconds. He said he applied for the games to be on a journey of recovery with fellow service people from around the world.
And now to the Estonian team co-captain, Ardo Hull. Resides in the beautiful city of Tallinn, now competing in his second Invictus Games. The only returning competitor of the Estonian team from 2 years ago in Dusseldorf.
And a tremendous start. He jumped out of the gate and is again not only controlled but coming down with a lot of speed. This will be very, very interesting as he crosses with a time of 20.43. That is your new leader. Absolutely tremendous run from Ardo Hull of Estonia. Puts him in the gold medal position.
That was a serious run from Ardo Hull. Estonia, of course, a huge winter sports nation.
Not really, no.
Right one is easy to
And
see.
there's Canadian Mark Smith. I think he was just looking for the finish line.
And so there's a red line.
Said, not really, can't see it. Well, just follow that path back and forth.
Right, left, right, left.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. The combat engineer, construction engineer in the Army. Born in Toronto, but lives in Trenton, Ontario.
The official confirming that he is goofy-footed Mark Smith, the Canadian. Goofy foot means that your right side is facing the bottom of the hill. One is either goofy or regular.
And he's off and underway. Mark Smith of Canada. And another good start. Continue to be impressed by all of these competitors. Again, many of them not a lot of experience despite this being the intermediate and advanced, and he's going to come in just north of 25 seconds, 27.31. And you can see the jubilation there. He found the finish line indeed. Couldn't see it from the top. But Mark Smith, the Canadian, with a strong time.
What a wonderfully composed performance from Mark Smith of Canada, a combat and construction engineer in the Canadian Army.
And he is grateful for his family that we're just seeing there. His two children. He says they are his world.
To Team France and Raphael Dubois, making his Invictus Games debut here in Canada. He did do a camp in the Alps to prepare for winter sports.
And you can tell, although maybe almost too much speed, he's able to control himself, stay on his board. And again, he may very well be in contention. This is looking pretty good if he can stick it there. Still a very, very good run. 22.71 seconds, in fact, is just shy of the podium. You could see he came in with almost so much speed that he almost lost it, and I think that may have been the difference. Impressive run.
A very zippy beginning, especially.
On the snow, yeah. And so your last gate is black.
All right.
You're going to go on the right-hand side of that last gate and then just straight through across the red
The
line.
German,
Fast.
Adrian Nicholas, just getting those instructions. We're less than 10 competitors left.
Time really does fly when you're having fun, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and they are flying down this course. They really are. Again, the time to beat Arto Hol of Estonia, 20.43 seconds is your current leader, but not far behind, 0.21 seconds behind, currently in second from the UK, Kyle Burgess, and then a Canadian, Jeffrey Becker, currently holding down the third spot, 22.36. So the time to beat 20.43, the time to get on the podium is to beat 22.36.
Now on course, Adrian Nicholas of Germany. Maintaining his composure well. Oh, but just lost it after that gate. Back on his feet very quickly, though. And well done to him. After a fall, it's so easy to get flustered. He hasn't let it affect him.
Hopped right back up and then was able to stay on his feet. It looked like maybe a second fall, but there's the second fall, well past the finish line. Well done indeed. Another sub 30-second time here in snowboarding at the Invictus Games.
One of the first things you learn as a skier or snowboarder is how to fall cleanly and not injure yourself. It really is the base skill for winter sports like this.
Michel Struik of the Netherlands. And he looks very determined as he starts.
We've seen some highly impressive performances from Dutch competitors on snow here. It's a real sense of calmness, steadiness, and deliberation in what he's doing, making all the right choices.
A time of 25.81 seconds for Michel Struik of the Netherlands. Just shy of the top 10, but again, another competitor. It doesn't necessarily matter. He finished, he overcame, and he competed here very well in the snowboarding competition of the Invictus Games.
Okay.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Can I chat with you about the finish?
Okay.
You have two black poles with yellow on top on either side. The right one's easier to see.
Okay.
And then the red finish line is between them. Black.
It's the debut for the Estonian Lars Assi. He's just getting instructions here on exactly where to head to.
Your left foot forward?
Yeah.
I take your back hand.
Thank you.
And while it may be his debut, Estonia, of course, has competed since the inaugural games in 2014.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
We saw Lars Assi getting instructions from the official about where the finish line was. It's interesting because that means that when the competitors in the starting gate, they cannot see where they are going ultimately. And that can be a bit daunting.
Certainly can, as he takes a bit of a spill.
And this might be problematic for him because it looked like he did not actually turn around the gate. We'll see what the officials do with this time.
As of now, a time of 27.65, but yes, it's maybe a did not finish. We will see. We are now down, though, to the final 5 competitors. And the men's intermediate advanced ISB 5 open category. Aaron Gomez III from the U.S. is next up.
He's endured so much to be here. There's a blast injury that left him with nerve damage and loss of feeling and muscle atrophy on his right side. He is indeed riding with the left foot dominant. Said he found adaptive sports through the Navy Wounded Warrior program, which serves Coast Guardsmen and sailors. What a nice run for Aaron Gomez of Team US.
Indeed, that was very well done. Sub 25 seconds, which puts him inside the top 10. In fact, inside the top 8 with his time.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We're in the final, or down to the final 4 competitors in snowboarding here at Whistler in the 2025 Invictus Games. In the men's intermediate advanced ISB 5 category. The Israeli Yuval Fatiev is next up.
And this is very smooth work so far. A real sense of elegance on his board. Need the turns to be as tight as possible if he's going to contend for the podium.
And not bad overall, almost good enough to get onto that podium, but it'll be just a little shy with a time of 23.78 seconds. Currently the bronze medal position, Jeffrey Becker of Canada with the 3rd fastest time of 22.36 seconds. That gold medal time right now, 20.43 from Ardo Hul of Estonia.
To Luis Cervantes of Team US, the retired aviation bosun mate, 2nd class in the US Navy, served for 8 years.
Good quick start, very good.
As part of his Navy service, he actually had the opportunity to live in Japan for several years. Japan, a place where winter sports, particularly in the north, are very much emphasized.
Very controlled run and a final time of 28.01 seconds for Luis Cervantes of the United States, which brings us to our final competitor, which will be Colin McCallum of Australia. The 47-year-old will take us home for snowboarding here. Men's intermediate advanced ISB 5 open category.
Ready.
Can he beat the time of 20.43 seconds, currently the fastest, Ardo Hul of Estonia?
So Hull guaranteed at least a silver medal as Colin McCallum gets underway. He's actually part of the Veteran Surf Project, which teaches veterans to surf and to discover saltwater therapy. Surfing, somewhat of a summer cousin to snowboarding. It's interesting to see how the two translate. He does look very comfortable on this course.
Yeah, he may have a chance at the podium. I think it'll be a little shy, yes, 26.06 seconds, but a great run from Colin McCallum of Australia. He said he cried with happiness when reading the email saying he had been selected to the Invictus Games.
It just means so much to all of these competitors. What a brilliant finish to this snowboarding event.
That was an absolute treat. Over 25 competitors here in the men's intermediate advanced ISB 5 open category. Ardo Hole with the top time of 20.43 seconds, not far behind Kyle Burgess of the UK. And then the bronze medal will go to Jeffrey Becker of Canada.
Less than 2 seconds separating gold and bronze. Incredible, this display of snowboarding at these Invictus Games. What a wonderful addition to the program of sports here.
All of these winter sports, alpine skiing, the skeleton I know was a favorite of the competitors, and we saw that. It was 200, I believe, participants in the skeleton. So all of these new additions, the winter adaptive sports, it has absolutely gone swimmingly here. A great addition for the Invictus Games, and that is coming up as well later in the Invictus Games, the swimming competition. But what a day it's been.
Still so much to look forward to. In the women's intermediate advanced ISB 5 snowboarding competition, Katie Chapman taking the gold medal over Alana Blackman. Cindy Chauner coming in third. Katie Chapman, a veteran snowboarder. She's been so keen to compete at these Invictus Games, representing Australia. She had one of the best celebrations at the bottom of her run. We will have the medal ceremony coming up in just a moment or two.
Celebrations to come. A medal ceremony at the Vancouver Whistler 2025 Invictus Games is next. What a fabulous day of competition it's been. The Alpine skiing and then the snowboarding events for the first time ever at the Invictus Games.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles du snowboard intermédiaire avancé ISP5.
Now time for the medal ceremony for the men's snowboarding intermediate advanced ISB 5 open category.
ISB 5 open and M5. Veuillez accueillir les médaillés. Please welcome the medalists.
As the three medalists make their way to the front. On the right, Jeffrey Becker of Canada. On the left, the silver medalist, Kyle Burgess of the UK. And in the middle, Ardo Hool of Estonia. The presenters.
Karen Flavel, CEO, Chair, Parties Chocolatier. Lucy Day, Senior Advisor, National Indigenous and Stakeholder Relations at Shell Canada.
And there are your three medalists. You can see Jeffrey Becker, who was the one asking where the finish line is. And yes, he certainly found it. The combat engineer resides in this province of British Columbia from Chilliwack and currently lives in Port Moody, and he is a bronze medalist at the 2025 Invictus Games with a time of 22.36 seconds in the men's snowboarding intermediate advanced ISB 5 open category. The silver
medalist representing the United Kingdom,
Kyle Burgess of the United Kingdom. The 30-year-old. He was inspired to sign up for the Invictus Games after watching Team UK competitors on their recovery journeys last year. And now he himself is a silver medalist here at the Invictus Games in snowboarding in the men's intermediate advanced ISB 5 open category. Congrats to Kyle Burgess of the UK. His time, Burgess, 20.64 seconds, just shy of our gold medal winner from Estonia, Ardo Hool, with a time of 20.43 seconds, a blistering time of 20.43 seconds. Your gold medalist in snowboarding in the men's intermediate advanced ISB 5 open category. The only returning competitor for Team Estonia from the 2023 Invictus Games in Germany. There are your three medalists. Ardo Hool, the gold medal winner. Kyle Burgess winning silver, and Jeffrey Becker of Canada winning bronze. All three with their respective flags of their respective nations. Congrats to all three gentlemen. And there you have it, the medal ceremony for snowboarding the men's intermediate advanced ISB 5 open category. Jeffrey Becker, the bronze from Canada, Kyle Burgess, the silver from the UK, and Ardo Hool, the gold medal from Estonia. Coming up next, the medal ceremony for the women's intermediate advanced ISB 5 open category. Stay with us.
Wonderful setting, the plaza at Whistler. And a wonderful day as well. Great weather conditions. They have been entirely favourable throughout the alpine skiing and snowboarding competitions at these games. It's a treat, isn't it, to have landscape that wonderful to stare at. And all those who live and work in Whistler acknowledge that this place is a gift shared with both the Lil'wat Nation and Squamish Nation, who've lived on these lands for so long, going way back into antiquity. Yes, the crowd well and truly gathered, but now just beginning to think about what's next. More sports still to come at these games. Some of them will be getting ready for competition tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate with us the medal ceremony for snowboarding.
The medal ceremony in the Women's Intermediate Advanced ISB5 Open and MFI snowboarding competition at the Vancouver Whistler 2025 Invictus Games. All of the competitors in this class from Australia and New Zealand, traditionally sporting rivals, but rivals no longer. Not for now, not today. Today is celebration and friendship. Today is camaraderie and teamwork.
Lisa Cook, Senior Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer for ASCO.
Always a proud moment for the presentation party.
Scott Moore, CEO Invictus Games 2025.
Including Scott Moore, the CEO of the Invictus Games.
The Duke of Sussex,
Oh, and there's someone else here, by the way. He looks familiar. There he is, Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex.
Médaillé de bronze représentant l'Australie. Bronze medal representing Australia, Cindy Shawner.
The bronze medal awarded to Cindy Shawner of Australia. The 59-year-old said that she is loving the changes that she's feeling and seeing, that being part of this Invictus journey has transformed her. She stares at the bronze medal that she has just won.
Silver medalist representing New Zealand, Alana Blackman.
Support and you will be supported. Wait in the wings and your time will come. Alana Blackman in Dusseldorf was there as her wife Buffy Little competed. Now she is here, making her Invictus Games debut, but not just any debut, a silver medal winning debut. Alana Blackman, you stood there and gave others their moment. Now the moment is yours.
Gold medalist and Invictus Games champion representing Australia, Katie Chapman.
And this is a celebration of people who serve. The celebration continues with a doctor, Katie Chapman from Australia. Somebody who still works as a junior medical doctor. Somebody who still lives to serve and to treat and to help others. Well, watching her was a treat. Watching her performance was a great service to the sport of snowboarding. And it is her sport. It's what she knows, it's what she loves, and it's her gold medal. Dr. Katie Chapman, you are the Invictus Games winner. But all three of them together are the medalists in the Women's Intermediate Advanced ISB5 Open and MFI snowboarding competition. And the Duke joining them for an important photograph, because it's that photograph that turns fantasy into reality. That moment that they never imagined would happen. That is this really real occasion? Well, the photograph preserves it for time immemorial. From Oceania all the way to the slopes of Whistler, they've travelled across the world to be among friends from all over the planet. And we've loved your company for all of this action from the Vancouver Whistler Invictus Games. let's run through the classified results once more. Idel Hull winning the men's intermediate advanced ISB 5 Open and MFI event. Kyle Burgess of UK and Jeffrey Becker of Canada finishing behind the Estonian. And it was a very competitive classification, this one. Lots entered it. And for all of them, congratulations to all of them. A job well done. Because simply getting to that start line, victory itself. And the classified results in the women's intermediate advanced ISB 5 Open and MFI snowboarding competition, with bronze being won by Cindy Chorner of Australia, silver to Alana Blackman of New Zealand, and gold to Dr. Katie Chapman of Australia. Once again, that wonderful moment of the married couple, Alana Blackman and Buffy Little, competing together. One of many highlights that we've had at these games. Let's try and take stock of them all. Here's the best of the action. Snow falls, snow freezes, the sun comes, it melts, and so life goes on, and so we start again, and so the journey continues. The Invictus Games Vancouver Whistler 2025. From the outdoors to the indoors, time to bid farewell to the slopes and time to join the indoor sports with wheelchair rugby happening tomorrow. It's goodbye from the mountains, but it's not farewell. See you soon for more action from Vancouver Whistler 2025.
I
I went into it in the Hague in 2022 thinking, I don't know quite what this is going to be like. And I'd never seen indoor rowing before I commentated it. Like, it's very difficult to actually find an indoor rowing competition that looked anything like it was going to be at Invictus. So I really went in more cold than I'd probably ever gone into anything. And all of us were like that. And then within about 5 minutes, like the director was in my mind going, this is the best television ever. Like, we were all just...
The director was good.
Yeah, we just like... Because he had... Because obviously, like, you rehearse it. But then when they actually come out and you get the physical intensity and you see the numbers going up and down, it becomes real. It becomes captivating TV that you never thought would be captivating TV.
And the commentary is what makes it.
It's,
because,
yeah,
you know, afterwards,
yeah.
it's if you don't have commentary, you've just got people,
right.
you know, sweating and working really hard. But with that kind of almost, almost horse racing.
It's exactly what it is.
You know, and here comes so-and-so, and so-and-so's making a move, and so-and-so, you know, yeah.
You'll be good at it because it's actually in a way more radio than anything else, because there's, particularly those 1 minute races, it's basically used a big start, and then boom, you go into maybe a tiny sort of lull mid-race, and then you're straight back into a big finish. The 4 minute one's obviously a little bit more undulating in delivery, but it's real sprint commentary. It's great. Well done today, guys. Good.
Thank you. Very well done. Thank you. Yeah.
Great fun to do.
It was. Yeah.
Checked off another sport too.
I think I've got to look and see if this counts, because